Good afternoon, everyone. Today's Tuesday, June 15, 2021, and we're here for a regularly scheduled town board meeting. In addition, we also added a CDA meeting, and as always, we're going to start with the Pledge of Allegiance. Can you please take the lead?
I pledge allegiance
to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Ken. And Frank, do we have someone from the faith community with us today?
Yes, as keeping with our faith-based invocation, we have with us tonight Reverend Lorraine D. Armit, retired from United Methodist Minister. Oh, there she is, right there. Thank you for being with us.
Oh, you're welcome. It's always a pleasure to be here, and it's great to be back in person. It's just looking at real faces. It's just wonderful, wonderful.
Yes.
So I was thinking in preparation for this that Sunday is World Refugee Day.
Okay.
80 million folks who are away from where they would like to be, away from home. And of course, Saturday we have a national celebration of Juneteenth. And so I was thinking with those two commemorations about the role of government, whether it's the UN, national government, state or local, and the impact on people's lives. There are big decisions that really change lives. There are small ones incrementally changing lives. And so I'd like to pray for this meeting.
Okay.
Lord God, look on us gathered here. I pray that you would be drawing near to elected officials, those who are here on business, the general public, that each individual who comes into this gathering this evening might be motivated by a concern for justice, for equality, might have compassion and wisdom, and that the decisions made or the decisions that are tabled might be for the common good. I pray above all that Riverhead will continue to be a place of peace and prosperity, and that you might be glorified in all of that. Amen.
Amen.
Thank you, Reverend.
Thank you so much.
Okay. Today we have a very busy agenda. Before we get started, I have a few announcements. First announcement, I want to congratulate Bill Walther, our financial administrator, our department heads, as well as the fellow town board members on some very good news that we just recently received. 2 months ago, we were notified by the State Controller's Office that they were going to conduct a confidential review of Riverhead's processes and financial standings, including the 2021 budget. We went through a set of meetings. We explained what we did during COVID, how we came about, programs that we developed, how we kept the public informed, how we supported, especially our senior population and so forth. And we are happy to report that their audit has been published. It is no longer confidential. And I'm going to bring up Bill to provide us with some of the results. Good afternoon.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Good evening. Yes.
I just want to reiterate what the supervisor said. This was a collaborative effort. The board led, department heads and staff followed. We would not have been able to do it without that. That includes last year's budget that we already had in place before the COVID pandemic started, and budgeting for this year, understanding some of what we were going to see, but not everything. So it could not have been done without everybody. What the state had said was we adequately assessed the impact of the pandemic on a 2021 budget. that's enough right there to tell everybody that we did what we needed to do to try and get through this financially. The second part, however, is we need to continue to monitor that to see where we are this year and going forward to next year. As you know, prices of almost every commodity outside here has increased. So we will continue to do that, see where our revenues are, see where our spending is, to continue to monitor this year's budget and in anticipation of 2022's budget. So, but could not have been a better results from or findings from this audit, and thank you all for backing us in doing this.
And they actually made one recommendation. Usually when you have an audit, you get a series 20, 30 recommendations as they review you, and we had one, keep up the good work, basically. And I can assure you, everyone, that the worst of the pandemic is behind us, but we're going to take equally conservative approach for the 2022 budget season, and the goal is to avoid layoffs like we did, maintain the services of our taxpayers, and that was our goal, and we're going to stay diligent in preparing the next budget, and we're going to come in and we're going to do this again. And I just want to congratulate Bill. I know we spent so many hours putting this budget night, meeting with every department, demands, negotiations, contractual negotiations. We negotiated the police contract at a savings of what, $700,000, close to $700,000 in the year, and that assisted us. So a lot went into it, and the town board worked on it, and it was approved, and we should be proud that we have some really good news in that regard. And second, we received a letter from the governor thanking the Riverhead Town for cooperating with the partnership concerning the vaccination sites. As you know, I went up to Albany, we obtained 1,000 vaccines, almost got arrested up there because they told me I didn't belong up there, asking for vaccines. And then after that, I went to the county executive, and a few days later we had it, and we received a total of almost 1,800. We went right to our senior center, where everybody knows where they get their vaccines, and they love the idea of where we wanted the pop-up site to be. They executed it, we did it, we should all be happy in that respect. And then third, we're continuing the extensive public participation process for developing the new town square. We are in the advanced stage to a certain extent, correct, Dawn? LCDA director, and together with the Urban Design Associates, they have released a second survey. It's available, you can see some of the diagrams, it's very interactive, it's easy to complete, and we're asking the public, this is your town square, you give us the input, and we're going to give you what you want. Residents are encouraged to go onto the website, and the survey will be available until July 2nd. And again, this is your town square, and your input matters. Next, the town of Riverhead lost a pillar from the community this past Saturday. Irene Penzick, she was a true champion for the town of Riverhead. She devoted much of her life to public service. She served as our tax receiver from 1964 to 1977, and then as the Riverhead Town Clerk from 1978 through 1991. She was also a member of the Riverhead Board of Ethics for over 11 years. Irene passed down her strong sense of public service to her family with her son Gary, the former head of the Riverhead Water District, and her grandson Christopher Penzick. He's currently a police officer with the Riverhead Police Department. We celebrate Irene's rich life and we mourn her passing. We will miss her strong presence in our town and thank her for her many years of dedicated service. My sincere congratulations goes out to the Irene family and all her friends. And lastly, I am pleased to announce the state of emergency number 92, which expires tonight at midnight, will not be extended in Riverhead Town. The state of emergency will be rescinded pursuant to New York State Executive Law, Section 24. I, as supervisor of the town of Riverhead and the executive chief officer, whose sole authority is to issue a local emergency and the ability to extend, modify, rescind, and appeal. In short, effective immediately, all Town of Riverhead state of emergency local orders are rescinded. Do we have that executive order? This was not built into it, trust me. We're efficient, especially at night. We try to be as efficient as we can. Okay, she's gonna have an announcement, and then, we'll go on to that.
While we're waiting, I have a couple of announcements as well. I did want to add on about Irene Penzick. Irene also started the Suffolk County Tax Receivers Association and the Nassau-Suffolk Town Clerks Association and served as presiding officer of both of these groups. She started and organized the Polish Town Civic Association, serving as its very first president. I was blessed to have known Irene really very well. She was smart as a whip and literally had the energy of a teenager. I used to think she can't be in her 80s, she's got to be 19 years old. I don't know very many people who knew our town as well as Irene did. I feel very blessed to have known her, and condolences to her family. I also wanted to mention, as a council person and the liaison to the Anti-Bias Task Force, I wanted to acknowledge Juneteenth, also known as Juneteenth Independence Day or Freedom Day, which is on this Saturday. It is an American holiday that commemorates the June 19th, 1865 announcement of the abolition of slavery in the U.S. state of Texas, and more generally, the emancipation of enslaved African Americans throughout the former Confederate States of America. Marking this powerfully significant event in American history every June 19th keeps us reminded that racial inequality has been and continues to be a hard-fought battle for Americans of color. And lastly, I wanted to say thank you to all the volunteers that turned out once again to help with the litter pickup in our town. And I wanted to especially thank our committee and Deborah Wetzel, the chair. Thank you.
Okay, so we're gonna move forward. I'm signing this order to rescind and requesting the town attorney to witness and acknowledge my signature. And finally, after our town attorney witnesses my signature, I would like you to present it to the town clerk for an official filing. And as of this moment, the order is rescinded. We'll get them, we'll have to get the signature first. And then, all right, we made it out of COVID. Let's keep working hard to our new normal. And again, I want to thank everyone for their patience as we navigated this pandemic, this global pandemic together. To the residents, to our employees, our department heads, my fellow board members. This day has been a long time coming, and I think I could speak for everyone in saying it couldn't have come any sooner. Next, before we continue with the meeting agenda, I want to afford former Congressman George Huckabee the courtesy at the time to speak, since we were not able to afford him the time when he showed up at last week's work session, which is just simply a work session for town board members. And we needed the opportunity to speak to him and to do some research. And so I did speak to him after the work session when he left. And we got to know each other a little bit, what it was about. And so we have him here, and we're going to welcome the congressman.
Well, with the signing of that executive order, I'm delighted to take off my mask.
Okay.
apologize also for popping in on your work session, but I've been out of office for many years and was not aware of the protocols of work sessions versus regular town board meetings. So, Madam Supervisor, town board members, I'm delighted to have the opportunity to talk to you tonight about two areas that I think are important to the town because both can produce revenue for the town and are important to the town. And the first is the fate of the enterprise zone at Calverton EPCAL site. And the second also affects the EPCAL site. So the reason I'm here, first a little bit of history. I worked on the F-14 Tomcat as an electronic engineer back in the 80s and the 70s. And I actually helped design one of the major electronic units on that aircraft. So I worked there for 7 years and then got involved in politics, served in the state assembly for 10 years, and then as the congressman representing the eastern half of Long Island, including Riverhead, from 87 to 95. And as I think everyone knows, Grumman decided to move their flight test activities down to Florida, and the net result is that they abandoned the Grumman Flight Test Center, which was actually owned by the Navy, and they left in the late 90s. And unfortunately, that produced a hole in the town budget because Grumman, while they were not required to pay taxes, did on a voluntary basis because the property was owned by the Navy and therefore was not taxable. So when Grumman left, the voluntary payments in lieu of taxes left with them. So we thank them for all of the money they did contribute voluntarily when they were here, but that produced a hole in the town budget. I served as the congressman representing the area from 87 to 95. So when Grumman left, it was brought to me that we needed to do something to help fill that financial hole that Grumman left. And so I wrote the legislation and we got it passed through Congress that gifted the 2,900 acres of the Grumman site to Riverhead Town. And the reason I was successful in convincing the Clinton administration as well as the Senate that they should gift the property, because the original thought was just sell it and put the money in the federal coffers. So the reason I was successful in convincing them to pass the Gifting Act was that I committed that I would do everything possible to see that the property was used for economic development purposes, to fill that financial hole. And that's a commitment that I've kept for the last many years. And as you know, initially when Grumman left, the 500 acres containing most of the buildings, the hangars, and you name it, was sold and started to bring in companies like Eastern Fence and Riley, Eastern Fence Company and Riley Doors and Windows, a variety of other companies, including Riverhead Building Supply, moved in and are paying taxes, and that's great. But over time, what did happen was that toward the end of 2010 or so, a deadlock developed. The New York State Department of Environmental Conservation had the requirement to protect the wild and scenic rivers. There were a variety of laws that applied, and so a stalemate developed between the Department of Environmental Conservation at the state level and the town of Riverhead. And the conflict was that the state did not want to allow any additional acres to be used for economic development. And so in 2013, Sean, your former supervisor, Sean Walter, hired me as a consultant to do what I could to accomplish two goals. One was to break the deadlock so that some of the remaining property, which was 1,600 acres of the 2,900, could be sold to continue the economic development of the property. And so that was the plan. And the second thing that they needed was there had been special legislation that our great Senator Ken LaValle had passed in the Senate for 2 years in a row that did not move in the state assembly. So my role was to free up some of that 1,600 acres for continued economic development, and secondly, to get the special legislation passed in Albany to allow the smooth and easy transition of selling the property to someone. And so I was successful. I brought the supervisor and staff up to Albany. We had appropriate meetings, and the net result is that the DEC agreed that of the 1,600 remaining acres that had not been utilized, 600 would be released for economic development. And I was also successful in getting the Assembly, where I served for 10 years, in the majority, to get Kenny LaValle's legislation passed. So that's where things were left in 2013. So eight years ago, we were in a pretty good position to take those 1,600 acres and to utilize them appropriately, economic development, some for environmental conservation, and that's where we were. And then, of course, problems developed over time. And as you know, today we have the difficult situation where basically we have many more characters involved. Back in 2013, we just had the state DEC and Riverhead. Today, it's a little more complicated because we have the federal government. Lee Zeldin, who I've worked with in the past, basically has put in legislation that would help pay for basically bringing clean water to the homeowners whose water has been polluted by the many years of activity at the Grumman site. And so that's a problem that needs resolution. And of course, it's further complicated by the fact that some of those homeowners obviously live in Riverhead Town, but some also live in Brookhaven Town. And so the congressman is working to put through legislation that would in fact provide money to provide clean waters to the homes in both Brookhaven
Riverhead Township is working with the governor. I myself am with the, I'm calling him governor already. With the congressman, we sent letters of support. We also have completed a mapping plan with the funds of Riverhead. So when we're ready and obtain the funds from the Navy, we will be able to hook them up as quickly as possible. So I just want to make you aware that we're working as quick as we can, and I'm glad that you mentioned that.
Well, I am aware of that,
Okay.
and obviously that's one of the elements that's involved in the whole process, because we need to bring clean water to those homes.
Absolutely.
And also, in doing it, do it in a way where the Suffolk County Water Authority, which apparently is interested in taking over the Riverhead water capability, that we do it in a way where we solve the problem, the overall problem of getting those acreage, getting the acreage released. So the complication that we have right now is not only do we have the federal government involved with that legislation, which is fine, we also, of course, have the DEC not wishing to let loose the property because they want to see the water situation resolved as part of the overall problem. So the reason that I'm here tonight is that I was successful in 2013 in helping resolve the issue at that time. And that's why you have 600 acres available to sell to whoever you ultimately sell it to. But the fact of the matter is, the federal government gave a great gift to Riverhead Town. You've been successful in utilizing much of it, but the remaining 1,600 acres is still dangling out of the 2,900 original acres. So I'm here to suggest to you that I am available with the same affiliations and relationships that I solved the original problem with in 2013 to help resolve the issue today, because I regard it as even much more complicated because of the DEC, Suffolk County Water Authority, and the courts now being involved too. And so that's why I'm here. That's the first reason that I think we can bring revenue to the town, because the fact of the matter is that 600 acres has been valued at $40 million. And that's like half of the town's annual budget. And so That's real money, and it's important to the taxpayers of Riverhead to benefit from it. And I'm anxious to fulfill my commitment to maximize the economic development at the EPCAL. And this is all part of the solution,
Okay,
as I see it. So the second revenue source that I wish to suggest to you is that on July 30th, the Long Island Power Authority and PSE&G will be accepting proposals to have battery storage installed at different locations, and that will pay revenue to whoever the property owner might be. And I came to suggest to you that the EPCAL is an excellent place to place such a battery storage system. Because recognize, we're moving heavily into renewable energy. Solar and wind will play a major role in our future energy needs as we work to solve the climate crisis problem. Now, the problem with solar and wind is that they're intermittent. It can rain, and the sun's only out half the time. The wind doesn't blow all the time. So the problem is, as you generate this electricity, and as I say, I'm an electronic engineer, multi-decades worth, so I have an appreciation of this stuff. But the fact is, when you create that intermittent energy, and on the other side, the demand varies. I mean, think about your energy use during the course of a day.
Point of order. This sounds more like a job interview than anything else. If you want to lobby your services, my friend, do it on your own time. We're here at a town board meeting, and right now all I hear is you lobbying your services.
Okay,
I
hold
hope you
on,
can
let me,
give up the floor.
order, we're calling order. Congressman, you were a lobbyist for the town, and I also, and I'm glad that Tim agreed to put this off, give me some time. I also understand that you represented Illuminati from 2015 to 2018. And we know.
No, I represented them for about 4 months.
Well, I
At that
have a
time.
legal document here. It's a drone communications aerial space. George J. Hochbruckner and Associates, start date was November 12, 2015, till the last filing date is April 20, 2018. So I guess these government documents are not accurate. It's fine. I understand that you are a lobbyist. We spent quite a bit of time speaking to you, and you wanted to have a contract, yes. And with all due respect, we do have issues here, but they're not solvable issues at the current time. We have the Suffolk County Water Authority, who has made claim to EPCAL. They didn't have a right to make claim. And then we have the DEC, who informed us that we have to address the Suffolk County Water Authority claim. We have, with the assistance of our attorneys, we have met with the Suffolk County Water Authority, and they refused to lift that claim. We have gone back with the governor's office and the mayor's office, who was supporting EPCAL, set up a meeting with the Suffolk County Water Authority and the DEC, and we got absolutely nowhere a few months ago. We have to resolve these issues. They're very difficult. I understand your concern to assist us. In the beginning, I have a little reservation concerning your association with Illuminati, and I think Mr. Foley is correct that we need, this is a forum. When you came in on last Thursday, you were very loud after EPCAL came in to show us their to address our finances, and you know this term better than I do. It's called calling, speaking out of term, which is the legal term when somebody's in a communal or an official capacity, if somebody starts to break through and get their point. I understand, I'm gonna let the board share whatever they feel, but I really do believe that if you were a lobbyist for the town of Riverhead, and if you want to pursue that, I think there are gonna be other, and again, we have a very, very heavy agenda here. We have a lot of people here, people that are traveling. One individual is waiting to speak, just got into a car accident. He's waiting to finish before he goes to the board, before he goes to the hospital. So I think we're gonna you know, if you want to make some last, with all due respect, Congressman, you want to make any last comments, we're going to allow that. We're going to allow the board to relate what they want to, but I really feel that this is not the forum. And again, the audience is here. It's our first 6 o'clock meeting. It's packed. We have a big agenda, and we're willing to talk to you. Our CDA director, Dawn Thomas, who's an attorney, we did speak in length with her, and Councilman Rothwell was part of the conversation Thursday, and we're willing to talk to you afterwards and expand and see how you feel. I just want to offer my councilmates the opportunity to say anything that they want, and I just want to thank you for everything you did in the past. Does anyone want to add to this?
I just commend everything that you did
Yes.
to help us acquire the property, and so it's appreciated to this day and in the future. I will always, my door's always open to listen to any of your strategic advice and things like that in which you can help me, and so, and to help the town move forward, so your advice is greatly appreciated, and I thank you for the things that you've done to get us to where we are here today.
Anybody else?
Yeah, I'd like to just say, as the liaison to the Water District, that we have really talented people, great assets to our town. The superintendent of the Water District, Frank Mancini, and the planning board chairman, Stan Carey, both worked for Suffolk County Water Authority. And I think that between the town board and the supervisor and those people, we've really made good faith efforts to rectify some of these problems, including Anne Marie Prudenti and Dawn
Yes,
Thomas.
it's
We've
true.
really spent a lot of time and invested a lot of time into trying to solve this. It has become clear through the process that it's not going to be as easy. And I do appreciate your offer to help out, because I appreciate everything that you've done. But we have really come to a stalemate, and that's unfortunate, but we're going to work through it. But again, thank you for everything you've done to bring us to this point.
Okay, well, in response, the gentleman's absolutely right. I'm here presenting myself because I was asked in 2013 to help with the problem.
You're on our time now.
I did.
You're on our time. That's 20 minutes I'm never going to get back. Why don't you just excuse yourself and start your own job?
Because I still have the podium.
Let's be
Yeah,
respectful.
you do, and you're out of order, and she's out of order for letting you
I was
carry on.
invited to respond.
Yeah, 20 minutes.
Fine. I understand your view that, and I agree you're at a deadlock. We solved it in 2013. We can do it again. I'm available if and when you decide that you can
What's
use
your
me.
rate?
Thank you very much.
Okay, we're gonna thank you so much.
Get some nerve.
Okay, so, thank you,
Let's be
Congressman.
respectful, please.
We are being respectful, Councilwoman Kent, but we also have to move the meeting. And thank you again, Congressman. We're moving forward. Apparently, we did not get the minutes from the June 2nd Town Board meeting, so we're gonna move along, Diane, to correspondence. Can you please read the correspondence, please?
Under correspondence, as Supervisor already mentioned, there was a letter from the Governor Cuomo, giving thanks for partnering and allowing the pop-up vaccine sites in Riverhead. And I'm apologizing for saying this name wrong, Tom Nigel?
Nigel.
Nigel.
Okay, I did
It is
put
a
you
hard
there.
name,
Okay.
Diane.
He sent a letter of thanks for renaming Marcy Avenue in honor of Ziggy Walensky. Kelly McClinchy sent a letter with environmental concerns at the former Grumman Navy property, and she requested that the town board take part in a Navy survey. Kathleen McGraw sent comments on the drag racing at EPCAL. There was a letter from EPCAL Watch and Rex Farr with comments on the June 10th work session with 555 and CAT. Also, EPCAL Watch with Rex Farr sent comments on the drag racing at the EPCAL property. John McAuliffe sent questions suggested for 555 CAT at the June 10th work session. John McAuliffe also sent comments and concerns on drag racing at EPCAL property. I have here that he sent 3 separate mailings, but in actuality, I got a few more after the agenda was put together, so it's more like 5. And I did have another letter that came in a little late from William Von Hellman, and this letter is with regard to the recent meeting with 555. Also, Reverend Mary Cooper sent a letter, and this is in regard to the cannabis and the local law, the pending local law that the town board is considering. And I think that's all I have for correspondence, but I do have reports. Town clerk report for May, monthly report, is $15,345.75. The police department submitted their May monthly report. The tax receiver total tax collection to date as of June 9th was $167,107,883.59. The tax receiver also submitted the total the May utility collection report, and that was $221,090.45. Riverhead IDA and Riverhead IDA Economic Job Development Corporation sent in their 2020 financial statements. The Riverhead Water District sent their 2020 drinking water quality report. And that's about all I have.
Okay, so we have 3 public hearings today. Unfortunately, as I mentioned briefly earlier, when we're going to move the last public hearing, we're going to hear that first. Apparently, one of the presenters was involved, he totaled his car, and he came here before he goes to the hospital. It's the right thing to do. And Mr. Foley, you're claiming, before, I understand how you felt about that with the congressman, but you're blaming me. It was the whole town board that decided to bring him in today. So I want you not to just always be going into making blame. Councilman Hubbard asked for that. So we understand that.
Point of order, Yvette. I wasn't calling you out of line
Okay,
there.
that's fine, okay.
I wasn't calling you out of line at all.
Okay, good. So that's a
They
good
gave him
understanding.
time, and
We
10
did.
minutes in, we found
Okay.
out what his time was for.
Yep, we
To
did.
appeal to become a lobbyist for this town board.
Yeah.
And I find it insulting.
It is.
It's insulting to me, it's insulting to the 20 people that have been here listening to it, and it's insulting to the board.
Okay.
It was
So
not meant
we
at you.
rectified it?
It
Okay,
was
good.
not meant at you. I made a point of order to stop the job interview short.
Good.
I
Thank
think
you.
it was appropriate just to allow him time, because I think in the last meeting, no one knew his reasons for being there.
Right, so we afforded
And so we
him
didn't want to
that.
leave things as uncertainty, so to
Yeah.
give him a chance to speak and explain.
And,
Yeah, I just want to say, it was disrespectful the other day, the way he was treated, but we didn't know why he was there, and I actually didn't know why he was here until tonight, but I feel as though if I had spoken with him on the phone and had an idea of why he was coming, I feel like it probably would have been better not to have him come, because it actually wasn't an appropriate thing. But I certainly honor his years of service as a congressman and appreciate the work that he did for EPCAP.
I don't think we were
Councilwoman-
disrespectful, Supervisor. He was just, we explained to him how the order of work sessions take place. I mean, you have to, if you're going to change that order and allow others to speak, then you're changing it permanently, and you're setting a precedent to go forward. So I think we did it in the best polite manner, was to explain to him this is the time tonight, and he certainly has a better audience tonight to explain his thoughts.
So this is the first time you knew why he was here, Councilwoman Grant?
I didn't actually know exactly why he was coming here tonight, and no, I didn't have a conversation with him about it. no.
Okay, so myself, after the last town board meeting, about 20 minutes after, myself, Councilman Rockwell, and CDA Director Dawn Thomas called him, and he had told me you just called him.
I just called and said that I was sorry that that it went as it did. That was all.
Okay.
That was my only conversation.
Okay, so anyway, we're
I
moving on.
felt badly that a former congressman was disrespected, but anyway, my point was,
You want to say something?
I don't think we all knew that he was coming in today, that's all.
We don't think that he was disrespected.
Of course not.
He was not, so,
Explain
I'm
protocol.
okay to move on with it. We have
yeah,
this
we are,
tonight.
we have to move on, and I just want to just clarify that. And so we're going to bring about the third public hearing that's on schedule. It's scheduled for 6:10, the time now is 7:48, all right? 6:48, excuse me. And we're going to open the public hearing for consideration of the proposed site plan application for Island Water Park to construct an indoor-outdoor commercial sports and recreation facility. And so we're going to open up the public hearing, and I'm going to ask Jeff Murphy, our head planner, to come forward and to please introduce the topic.
Before we do, I'd like to recuse myself from this so that there's no malfeasance or perception of that. So my family has done some work for Island Water Park, and I am going to recuse myself from the hearing. Thank you.
Okay, we'll call you back.
Please do.
Good evening, Jeff. How are
Good
you?
evening. Madam Supervisor, members of the board, thank you. For the record, Jefferson Murphy, Building and Planning Administrator. The application that you have before you tonight seeks an amendment of a prior approved site plan for an outdoor water ski park with associated recreation and restaurant facilities. The application you have before you tonight is located at 5835 Middle Country Road, Suffolk County Tax Map number 600-135-1, Lot 7.34. And it is zoned in the planned recreational park zoning use district. The amendments they seek is to change the building that was prior approved for a 30,000 square foot warehouse, one-story building, and then seek to use that as an indoor wave pool and recreational facility. The deletion of a 6,000 square foot multi-purpose building, increasing the size of the kitchen, increasing the size of the restaurant seating capacity, increasing the size of the exterior balcony and patio, the addition of electrical transformer, pool equipment, relocation and addition of exterior retaining walls, removal of and relocation of rain gardens and bioswales, and the creation of additional parking spaces. As a result of the conversion of the warehouse, which is a low traffic generation use, into a recreational facility, that obviously increases the amount of traffic. So at the recommendation of staff and the approval of the town board, the applicant submitted a traffic impact study prepared by VHB Engineering. As a result of this traffic impact study, it was concluded that eastbound and westbound turning lanes into the site would be required. Permits from the Department of Transportation, who has jurisdiction over the road, permits will be required from that agency. The other thing that will be changed from the prior application is that additional 5,579 cubic yards of fill will be needed to be imported into this site. That will necessitate Chapter 229 import-export permit by this town board. In addition, approximately 5,700 square feet of cubic material need to be removed from the lake, but that will not leave the site. They'll be just used to regrade the existing site. There are a bunch of eroded areas that need to be filled in, and they'll use portions of the sides of the lake to do that. Due to the increased change of the warehouse into the recreational use, will require additional parking spaces, requires 359 parking stalls, and they are proposing a total of 360. Greg Berman, Planning Aid, met with the Department of Conservation, Environmental Conservation at the site, and it was based upon the amount of material that was coming into the site that the DEC will be requiring a mining permit. Even though the property is located in the Pine Barrens area, by resolution in December of last year, the Pine Barrens Commission approved a resolution declaring that the location of the water park is located within the EPCAL area and therefore is excluded from their jurisdiction. On April 20th of this year, the town board approved resolution to issue a negative declaration pursuant to SECRA. So the public hearing this evening is a continuation of this application to take public comments.
Okay, so do we have the applicant here? Does he want to come forward? Can you tell him to introduce himself?
I'm Kenneth Myers. I live in Lindenhurst, but I work in Tarleton, New York.
Okay.
I'm an executive with Island Water Park.
Pick up the mic, you're a big
Okay.
guy.
Mr. Myers, before
Sorry.
we start, there's one thing procedurally I just think we
You
should
have
put
to
on the
swear him
record, and
in.
I want, well, no, we don't have to swear him in because it's a site plan, but I know that the town clerk did notice to me, or did mention to me that we have all the
Yes.
affidavits of publication, affidavits of posting, and I'd like that to go on the record.
I do have that here with me. The affidavits are signed and notarized, and
A month later, but here we are.
That's all right, you got it.
Okay.
Thank you for
So we
having
have
me.
a PowerPoint here.
Okay,
Okay.
so, you can go to that next slide, please. So Island Water Park is an interactive destination park offering family activities for all age groups. Our focus will be to challenge our guests both mentally and physically. Currently, we have 43 acres with a 65,000 square foot building. We have a 12-acre, which is going to be utilizing just human power and electric propulsion. There'll be no fossil fuels used. The facility will have over 30,000 square feet of state-of-the-art attractions, enabling year-round activities. We won't be closed. It won't be a seasonal operation. We're going to have a full-service restaurant and cafe. That's the property. It's a little dim here. I wish you could see it better, but it's...
We can semi-shut the lights down. Bill, can you try to, yeah, the front ones, I think, are the ones that really need. One more, it's front. Is that a little better?
I think it's as good as it's gonna get. It's a beautiful lake. As you can see, our building overlooks the lake itself. It's an area cleared right now for grading purposes, but we're keeping all those trees. We're putting in the parking lot, and then we're doing a tremendous amount of plantings, mostly rain gardens, so it won't require hardly any irrigation whatsoever. And if you look at the plans, it shows that. If we go to the next slide, please. That's going to be our activity center. As you can see the deck, which was expanded, as well as the staircase. Those are the retaining walls that they were speaking about, and that's where a lot of the activities will happen, so you can overlook and watch your family as they enjoy everything that we have to offer. So the indoor attractions that'll be available year-round, we have a 4-foot surf pool. It's really just 6 inches of water flying, 4 to 6 inches of water flying across the pad. And then at the end, there's a big peak. It will handle everything from beginner to expert. We'll have rock climbing, Formula One race car simulators, a Ninja Warrior course, bumper cars, virtual reality stations, and a CrossFit gym. So even Jefferson said it, and most people get confused. This is not a wave pool, this is a surf pool. So only 2 people to at most 4 people could be on it at one time. It's designed for you to be able to travel across it. Please, next slide. You can see kids can boogie board on it. So anyone at any level can pretty much do that. And then you can go all the way to surfboard or wakeboarding on it. It's a tremendous activity. It's very healthy. It's a lot of fun, and it will be available year-round. So we're a water community. The water will be available to these kids year-round. I think it's going to be fantastic. And then for the outdoor attractions, again, everything that's on the water is going to be human or electric powered. We're going to have a floating inflatable aqua park, bumper boats, kayaks, paddle boards, beach volleyball courts, and a cable tow park, though I don't believe that will be completed in phase 1. It is in the plans, but it could be. We're hoping for it to be there, but it will probably be phase 2, maybe next summer or the summer after. Next slide. That's what a floating aqua park is. I know many of you haven't seen one. There is not one anywhere near Long Island. There's one in Connecticut. It's got trampolines, it's got slides, it's almost like a Ninja Warrior course, but on top of the lake. The bumper boats, just like bumper cars, but on water, except you get the benefit of shooting your friends in the face with a water cannon. It's a tremendous amount of fun. Everybody enjoys it. We expect it to be one of our top rides. Some of the amenities we're going to have a full-service restaurant serving prepared healthy food and drinks. That's my background. I'm an executive with the company. I'm the food and beverage director. I'll also be handling special events and community outreach and community branding. There'll be a quick serve cafe serving the same high-quality fare. This is not going to be that garbage that, I don't mean to say garbage, but the things that are served where you go someplace quick and it's salty, fried, that's not what we're doing. We'll have those things, but they'll be prepared better and there'll be healthier options. We're going to be very, very sensitive to allergies and dietary needs. We're going to have a retail shop for your standard things that you're going to need, as well as some of our swag. We're going to have state-of-the-art security system to protect our guests and all of our employees. Things that we're bringing to the community. We're going to create a tremendous amount of jobs. 500 year-round employment jobs will be available. Most of them are high-end positions. Certainly all of them are skilled on one level or another. You're talking about a major undertaking. We're going to be offering internships for college and high school, colleges and high schools, and that's going to be a mainstay of our business model. I am a former Johnson & Wales graduate as well as a teacher there. I did the fellowship program and NDP program. You guys have the best, in my opinion, small school in Suffolk County Community College. Their hospitality program is fantastic. Their culinary and baking program, I am blown away where it's become. It's almost up there, French Culinary Institute. I've been hiring these people for a long time. They're doing an unbelievable job. We'll be able to bring these people in. It's not all altruistic. We're going to have an opportunity to look at these guys and see if they're going to work for us, but we're also going to be able to impart a tremendous amount of knowledge. And for me personally, my favorite thing to do is to teach and train. That's my background. As far as community service, we're going to offer ourselves whenever the community has a need. I was hesitant to put fundraising in here because I think it always gets politicized. Our fundraising will be strictly 401c for disabled, whatever it is. The program will involve, I'll say it now, but it may adjust, but where people bring in a group and then they pay to come in and then we issue a check. Like they say, we're having an event, they come in and then we'll give 10, 20%, whatever it is. That's sort of the standard in the hospitality industry these days. We will be offering all Riverhead residents a discount. Yes, Yvette, I got that approved through the office.
I need that in writing.
I will have that for you directly.
Every time I see him, I'm just about to say it.
We will be initiating a stay and play crossover program where local hotels can offer combination tickets to encourage families to stay in town for multiple days. We're going to have a symbiotic, synergistic relationship with the town. There's no way for us to succeed without it. We're going to offer a stay and play, so the hotel can have our information there. We will have a bulk rate so our guests can go there and have a place to stay. We have so many new hotels. We'll probably need more, hopefully, if things go the way we're hoping. Other entertainment venues as well. It's not cannibalism. It's similar to what Disney has with Universal. You can have an area, so Splish Splash is different than us. We're an interactive park. We're going to physically challenge you. You're going to leave there tired. You're going to leave there mentally and physically exhausted. It's going to be great for kids. They're a little more passive. The aquarium's a little more passive. There's going to be a mix, and we're interesting enough, and they're interesting enough that people could come from all areas and come in and frequent all of us. It's almost like having a food court in a mall. They make more money than everybody else, I promise you. Our goal is to increase visitors to Riverhead and the surrounding towns. This is going to be a big deal. It'll be huge for Riverhead, but it will branch out to the rest of the island. We should draw that from that far away. It's in my DNA. I owned a restaurant out in Southold, and I'm a chef. That's how I started my career. I've been fortunate enough to move up the ladder, but I still take it as my love. We're going to use that as much local wherever we can, and we have the best local between how unbelievable the wineries have become. We have breweries that are opening up left and right. We even have vodka distilleries now. It's unbelievable. The farms. This is going to be an impact for everybody. And then forget when you bring all these people in and they're going to the gas stations, they're going to the restaurants, they're going to the movies, they're going everywhere. And they're staying and then they're leaving, and they're leaving their money here behind. Where are we at right now? We have full DEC approval. We're not looking for a mining permit. It was actually issued last month. It was approved in December. As Jeff said, the Pine Barrens Commission unanimously voted to give the town of Riverhead lead agency status in December 2020. The New York State Department of Health has approved the restaurant at its current size, as well as the sanitary and drainage systems, and frankly, I think they were a little bit bigger because when we filed for them in July, it was for 500 stalls. But we were asked to scale back to what we thought we really needed, and that is 360. And I would say thank you unless somebody has some questions for me. And I apologize for how I'm dressed. I got a little surprise on the way here today.
I think you totaled the call.
I did total the call. And I
you're
left
standing in
my
front
outfit
here?
in it. What's that?
You're standing in front of a town board meeting?
Yes, thank you. But
Okay.
yes.
Wow.
So,
What was it? How did you get here?
Eric had his son drop off a car to me, and I drove it here.
And you drove?
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
very
I'm
good.
okay. It was more I was a little worried. My blood pressure was a little high, but
Go-
I think I'm okay. You know how it is, like a day or two later, aches and
All right,
pains,
well,
but I
we'll get
think
you
I'm
out of
fine.
here. That's how come I moved you up.
No, I
When did
really,
this
really
happen? About
appreciate
4
it.
o'clock?
It was on the way here. I was
Wow.
literally going to change and grab a snack and then come here. It was like, it's crazy, so.
Yes,
you very
yes.
much. I
And-
appreciate
And
it.
thank you for being so heroic.
Does anyone have any questions?
Do you feel that town board meetings help blood pressure?
No, I told them it wasn't the accident. I actually probably planned it, is what we were all
I don't think this was your prescription today.
No.
But I'm feeling better, and even here, I feel good. I think it's getting better, not worse.
Well,
Thank you, though.
We, how long has this project been in the works? 'Cause if I remember correctly.
We're 20 years in.
It was the contractor's son is now in charge of the project. That's
Correct.
how long?
Yes, I
Correct?
work directly with the contractor's son. We're $25 million in investment, and we have been spinning our wheels for a little over a year. But thankfully, we've gotten things moved along. The planning's been working with us. I feel we're on the right track. I hope to eliminate some things that people may have heard or thought were going on, and it gives you a sense of what's really happening here. And it's undeniable, and thankfully, every one of the town council has visited us, and I appreciate you taking that time, and I believe you know that my words are true, that this is what we're planning to do.
And you have a planned start date possibly, an opening day?
Well,
Around when? We're not gonna hold you to it. Next year?
no, we're
Winter?
shooting for early to mid-fall. If
Oh.
things go the way things plan, we're, as I said, we're pretty far along. We do need our final site plan approval to move some of the things that take some time, but if we had site plan approval, we're months away.
We are.
Yeah,
Impressive.
I mean, thankfully, the mining has started, and a lot of the stuff on one side of the building is going, and right now, we're just waiting on everybody to make it happen with us.
Okay. And, all right, thank you, Mr. Meyer. I hope you feel better.
Thank you very much.
You're gonna stay around in case anybody has any questions.
100%,
And I'm
I'll be
gonna open it up at this moment for comments from the public. Anyone want to come forward?
Supervisor, there's nobody in the Zoom room for comments on this matter, so
Okay,
it's just
so
anybody
close
in the room.
that section,
Right.
okay?
Just a reminder to everybody in the room, there's no time restraint on public hearing comments, but we do ask everybody to try to limit it to 5 minutes if they can.
I'll be much more brief than that
Great.
tonight. Thanks. Good evening, members of the board. My name is Barbara Blass. I live in Jamesport. That was a wonderful presentation, but I was here on a site plan hearing, and the site plan has to do with the maps and the siting of the buildings on the property and how you get to develop the property. So that's my understanding of a site plan hearing. So my comments are more technical in nature. I'm looking for some clarification on the notes on the maps that you are before you tonight for approval. The last site plan was approved in March of 2013, as was referenced earlier. The amended site plan was first presented to this board in July of 2020. And at that time, it was represented that the applicant faced an uphill battle to expand the parking lot for a complete build-out because of those Pine Barrens clearing restrictions. But if you look at sheet C1, which is entitled the existing site plan map, there's a reference to conditions contained in a Pine Barrens decision dated August 27th of 2020. So can someone clarify what plan they reviewed 3 weeks after that presentation and how it could have been approved? Because if it was not that plan, the note shouldn't be on that map.
Okay, ma'am, this is a comment section. I guess if anybody wants to respond from the board on it, anyone from the board want to? All right, you want to continue, Ms.
Well,
Blair?
it's important to know what plan they were approving and how it could have been 3 weeks after it was presented, because they said there was an uphill battle. I don't know, does Mr. Murphy have any?
Yeah, Mr. Murphy, can you come up and answer that, please?
There's a note on the map that said there was a decision by the Pine Barrens.
Ask all her questions, and I can come up at once rather than going back and forth.
Okay, would you ask all your
Sure.
questions?
Absolutely, I'd be happy to. So that's the first question. The sheet number 2, which is the proposed site plan, there's a table on that sheet that has all the provisions of Article 35 of our town code that pertain to the building of that facility on that site. And it says in note number 6 that with respect to clearing, the hardship that was required by the DEC was approved by the Pine Barrens Commission on December 21st of 2011. And that did happen on a prior map, but that notation appears on the proposed site plan map. And the suggestion is that the proposed site plan received a hardship exemption that we know didn't occur on that map. So I don't believe that notation really belongs on that map. And I know you have to sign the map and it gets filed in the county clerk's office, and I think, accuracy matters, and you should want to make sure the information is correct as well. With respect to the mining permit, I know it was represented to this board back in April by staff that the DEC wouldn't issue the permit until the board acted on the site plan. But I know it was represented earlier, and I do concur. I looked on the DEC website that the permit was issued and effective as of May 12th in 2021, and I understand that digging has already occurred, and I didn't know if that concerned you, that that action was actually supposed to be part of what is represented on a site plan, but it's already taking place. I didn't know if that was a concern of yours. And finally, I would strongly suggest that the town require that at least some of the parking be land banked. And those are all my questions and
Okay.
comments at this time. Thank you. I
Thank you,
appreciate
Ms.
it.
Blass. Yes, you can come up forward.
I thought Mr. Murphy was going to answer those questions. Mr. Murphy, can
He
you come
wants
up
to
first,
respond.
please?
Hold on, I'm running the meeting. Let me try to get this so we're in order. He wanted to respond to her, and then we can have Mr. Murphy come in. Yeah, come on, you can come up. He wanted to respond to some of our comments. Jeff, you might not be aware of it. I appreciate it.
Greg Burpin, Planning Aid, reviewed this application, and I reviewed his last staff report on this. He noted that there were several map discrepancies on the different sheets. So they were not substantive enough to preclude the application from going forward, but before you approve this map, or these maps, the maps definitely need to be corrected. And he's got his own corrections in addition to what Ms. Blass
Okay.
referred to.
So they weren't substantive. So, Mr. Myers, did you want to come back? Did you want to add a comment?
Yeah, I just wanted to say that we're not mining this lake. It's a reclamation, even though it's under a mining permit. So what we're doing is bringing it back to a pre-approved site plan from 2015. There has been no increase in the size of the lake. So this site plan, that is actually why the DEC gave it to us, is because it's unrelated. It's already on an approved site plan. So that's why we were able to get
Okay.
it. Normally you have to wait for site plan approval.
And I fully understand that. I didn't
Would you-
make that representation. Staff had made that representation that the DEC.
You need to speak
Well,
louder, Barbara.
I'm
That's
sorry?
why I wanted to answer that.
Thank
just
you.
so there was no
I
confusion.
appreciate that. And I do also want to respond to the fact that I was aware of the issues that Mr. Bergman raised with respect to, we'll call them typos, but I don't think they're typos, discrepancies on the map. But the decision that was supposedly made by the Pine Barrens Commission on August 27th, 2020 could not possibly have occurred. And I'm just saying that it's important to have those kinds of facts accurate when you sign a map and it gets filed for, in the clerk's office. So thank you very much. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to go, anyone else?
Hi, Kelly
Please state
McClinchy.
your name and hamlet.
Kelly McClinchy, Manorville.
Okay.
I just have a question. Maybe this has come up before, but I'm just not familiar with the answer. What is the source of the water coming into the lake? And being that it's a man-made lake, are there any parameters that you have to meet to ensure safety?
Mr. Meyer, can you come forward, please?
This is a man-dug lake. It is groundwater. It's comparable to what Artist Lake is. It's just they didn't know it was going to be there. Originally, we were doing a liner lake. So right now, it's just what's groundwater. So it's filtered naturally. It's clear. It's like the quarry in Quogue. And there are no current requirements other than for safety issues, what we're going to have to do. We are choosing to not use fossil fuels on it. We're going to use electric, and human propulsion is everything that's going to be on there. And other than that, did I answer the question? Is that what you were saying?
Yes, I
I
think
just
so.
want to make sure, yeah, and it's not like it's a liner lake, and then, of course, we have to have a dive and lifeguards and all that stuff for the safety of our guests. But other than that, it naturally filters on its own, has its own ebb and flow. It rises a couple of feet, goes down just like Artist Lake and the quarry. They're all tethered together. It's road water runoff, but meanwhile, it's as blue as your bathtub. You can look all the way through it. It's amazing. It's beautiful. It's almost a turquoise color. It's gorgeous.
One last question, if I can. Has the Navy contacted?
Kelly, you should come up to the mic so people can hear.
Has the Navy contacted you at all about taking samples from that lake as of yet?
I don't know. That one I would have to check on, but I don't know the answer to that, or I would answer it for you.
Okay.
I can assure you it's clean, that we've had the water sampled ourselves, but I don't know if the Navy has contacted us. That water's immaculate. It's potable, as is, so.
Okay, anyone else from the public want to comment? All right, hearing no one, I'm going to close this public portion section of this hearing, and we're going to leave it open for written comments for 10 days at 4:30 on June 25th at 2021 at the town clerk's office. It's 7:15 and the meeting is closed. The hearing is closed. All right, okay, so we're going to go revert back. We went from 3, we're going to start on number 1. Close 1. This is the second. Number 7. Okay.
Community preservation.
All right, thank you, everyone. Moving forward. We're on our second public hearing. It was scheduled for 6:05. It is now 6:05. I'm thinking of 1900, right, police time. It's 7:18, and we're going to open this public hearing for the consideration of a local law to amend and update Chapter 221, Article 1st, Community Preservation Project Plan. And I'm going to ask Anne Marie, our Deputy Town Attorney, to please come forward and to give us an overview on this topic.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I'll just give a brief introduction to the credit of Senator Laval, Assemblyman Thiel, who introduced the state legislation to establish the Community Preservation Fund, together with the then Town Board of the Town of Riverhead and the Town Boards of the Towns of East Hampton, Southampton, Southold, and Shelter Island, and most importantly, the residents of the Town of Riverhead and the residents of the other East End towns. In 1998, by voter referendum, the Community Preservation Fund approved a new real estate transfer tax of 2% on real estate transfers for improved or vacant property. It's referenced and recited in Town Law 64E. Town Law 64E set forth that the monies in the Community Preservation Fund would be used to implement a plan for the preservation of community character, acquire interest or rights in real property, for the preservation of community character within the town in accordance with such plan and in cooperation with willing sellers. As required by Town Law 64E, the town board did develop a community preservation plan, and since 1998, Town Law 64E has been extended and amended. So while the town originally adopted a plan back in 1998, quite some time ago, the Peconic Land Trust secured a grant to assist the town of Riverhead in updating our plan. The Peconic Land Trust worked with the town's Open Space Committee, Farmland Committee, Council, Financial Administrator, and reached out and consulted with staff at the county and state level to confirm past and pending projects. And I'll just add that the members of the Open Space and Farmland Committee met over the course of several months, and they reviewed each and every parcel which is identified in the project plan now. So what you have, because Town Law 64E requires it be, if it was adopted by local law, you have to amend it by local law. Hence, we're here today for the public hearing, seeking to amend the provisions of our town code and adopt the updated plan. I'll just highlight, and I know sometimes it's difficult to access records, but I know the supervisor's office and Councilwoman Kent received inquiries from residents about where to find this document. So if the town board will recall, at the work session on May 13th, the updated Community Preservation Fund project plan was actually posted on the website. And if you scroll to the town website, go to town clerk, you can scroll to work session May 13th, and you can verify that it was in fact posted. In addition, on May 19th, in the town board meeting minutes, beginning on page 114, the entirety of the document was actually provided as part of the record. And of course, as required, it was published in the paper, and I received from the town clerk confirmation that that was in fact recited. In addition, pursuant to the resolution authorizing the publisher post, it notified the public that that document would be available at the town clerk's office, which it has been. Notwithstanding same, because I know some individuals really are keen on taking a good review of this document, and it is a very important document that perhaps the town board would consider, rather than leaving it open for 10 days, to extend it and enlarge that period of time for whatever you deem appropriate, perhaps 20 days or something else.
Well, I'll leave it open. Do we have a date for the 20 days at your recommendation?
Perhaps Devin could assist me in this.
Okay.
Do we have anyone in Zoom for that?
Hold on, Catherine, let me settle the date, and I'll call the individuals forward, okay? I appreciate it. Debbie, can you give me a date?
Yeah, I'm working on that.
Okay,
Yep.
great. We agree, we'll leave it for 10 days.
So 10 days would get you to the 25th.
The 25th? Okay. So when I close, we'll use that date. We'll use June 25th.
We're
Perfect.
going to do an additional 10?
That's 10 days. Were you doing 10 or
We're
20?
doing 10 or 20?
20 puts it into
I
July.
would like to do 20.
That was Anne Marie's recommendation. to
It was
begin with.
20, that's what I'm
Yeah,
asking her.
yeah.
I
So
just said
10 would be the 25th, and then I guess another 10 after that would get us to the 5th, 6th, somewhere right there. Well, the 4th is a Sunday, so you can do close of business on the 5th.
July
which is-
5th?
Town hall's closed, so
Yeah,
let's move it to the
that's a
6th.
holiday.
Yeah, we can use, you can use the
Right.
town,
How about close of business on July 6th?
July 6th. Okay, 7/6. So we'll make note of that, Diane, please.
Yes, I have it right.
I appreciate it. Hold on, let me get the, we're gonna, well, I'm gonna call for the Zoom. Thank you, Catherine.
Well, I actually had some questions about keeping the date open. When is the next town board meeting, Devin? I just wanted to confirm that date, in case people wanted.
It's on Wednesday, the 7th.
And you're
It's a Monday
closing it on
holiday,
the
so it
6th?
bumps to Wednesday.
So I did want to mention that one of the issues with this, of course, I'm happy that we're updating this preservation plan as it's been over 20 years. But one of my concerns with this public hearing is that Newsday actually had the wrong day and the wrong time. So I did get numerous phone calls of people who were looking for more information on this. I know Anne Marie elaborated on it today, but we actually never really had a lengthy discussion about it at a work session. So what I would ask if we could leave it open to a point that people could come and speak at a town board meeting again on this topic if they wish to. And maybe perhaps we might be able to have some kind of information, bring some of the groups together and get some of the information out there at a work session. Just so that we're being transparent and people in the community are well informed about it.
Ms. Kent, Councilwoman Kent, when did you become aware that there was an error on the published date? Because that should have been related to my office and to the attorneys. What's going on?
Actually, I did speak to the attorneys, and I also called Newsday and let them know, but the article was already out there, a lot of people saw it.
To be crystal clear, it was not the town's error.
Right.
And I just recited to you
Okay.
the transparency of all our steps bringing us here to this public hearing. And Councilman Bayrod did introduce it on May 13th. I did stand at the podium, discuss it, with the town board. It is a very meaty document, and it does contain a lot of information.
Is it?
And it does contain a lot of information. It's really up to the town board. I definitely support, extending the time frame. And if the town board wants to allow extend it slightly further, so if people wanted to come
Okay.
to the July 7 and give a comment.
I really don't have any problem with extending it. I just would say that the voluminous work of the Open Space Committee and the Farmland Committee is really what we're taking to heart here. They are the ones that said, hey, these are the projects that are accomplished, these are the ones that we want to focus on, these are the priorities going forward. So it's kind of the same argument, if you will, as to the survey about the next public opinion, public hearing. So we've really asked the experts, what's the priority list, what has been accomplished. So I have no problem with keeping it open, but I would say that the people who know these issues the best have looked at them and pored over them. So I'm very confident that these are.
Well, I know that, Frank, I do know it's a great committee. I used to work with that committee. And I know that you did have a lot of good people weigh in on it. But I did get some phone calls. I did hear from Joyce at Peconic Estuary. I think perhaps she might come in tonight to speak. She had some questions. I also had a conversation with Al Krupski about it as well. We know that Al Krupski has really been a leader with us, been very good to the town of Riverhead and the preservation of land. So I'm simply asking if we can extend it, perhaps just so that if people, it's only, I think, 1 day difference, if we could just extend it, so if people want to speak at the next town board meeting, they could.
Okay. Do you have your calendar on you?
I do. So I think we're talking about extending, keeping.
You can't do just on 1 day because it would be close of business day, so it would have to be 2 days past that.
Okay, sure. So
That way, we can do a close of business day and not interfere with the actual day.
So then, that would bring us to Wednesday, the 7th, but we have a town board meeting that day?
That's what we're looking, is to get, at her recommendation, to make it Thursday.
Okay, sure, the 8th.
All right, so what, Diane, we're gonna have to change that to the 8th if you don't,
Thursday,
close
the
the
8th.
business day at 4:30 on the 8th.
Great.
All right.
Thank you.
The Farmland Preservation Committee is also on top of this.
Yes, they're
With the
very
best-
good.
With the best knowledgeable people in the field, so.
Yeah, both council people are right. When I tell you they spent months, they went parcel by parcel. They sectioned off the town. We broke it up into aerials, and they literally examined every available parcel of property. And there were discussions, you know, I mean, they did a lot of work on it.
No
a lot of
better
time.
experts on both committees, I will say,
Correct.
yes.
Well, and I'm certainly not negating any of the work that they did, Anne Marie. I'm just asking because it was published in Newsday, and a lot of people think that it's tomorrow. So I think
Right.
it's a good idea to allow people to come back and speak if they choose to.
People will now know, trust our local papers.
Yes. And Councilwoman, if that ever happens again, it'd be kind of you if you could notify my office.
I
So-
did, I
so
let
we're-
the town attorney's office know.
No, my
and
office,
The
the
first day I
supervisor's
did call
office.
Newsday.
Okay, so that would be great. Good communication is always good, and that way we can work on it and navigate these a little bit better. And again, if any of the committees, if the members are watching this meeting, I want to personally thank you for your hard work, and I'm sure the council members here also, we know it's volunteer, and we know how committed you are, and sometimes you don't hear that thank you, so you're hearing it tonight. All right, any members of the public would like to participate? Do we have anybody on Zoom?
We do, Supervisor. We have Joyce Novak
Okay,
in the Zoom room. We'll bring her up.
all right. Hi, Joyce.
Hi,
How
can
are
you hear
you?
me?
Yes, yes, we can.
Okay,
Good
thank
evening.
you so much for having me here tonight to make my public comment. I want to say good evening to everybody. For those of you who don't know, my name is Joyce Novak. I'm the Executive Director of the Peconic Estuary Partnership, the National Estuary Partner on the National Estuary Program on the East End. We are not an advocacy group, nor do we represent one facet of any town or community on Long Island. We're a partnership between federal, state, local governments, the scientific community, and community group. We serve in part to communicate scientific recommendations for best practice in the arenas of water quality, ecosystem health, and land management. I'm here today to make a brief statement regarding 2021-13, the Community Preservation Project Plan. I have reviewed the proposed plan and would like to request that the approval of this plan be postponed to allow for additional review, which you have just done, and I thank you very much for doing that. Most notably is the absence of any consideration of sea level rise, increased flooding, and other climate change related impacts that the Peconic watershed will experience in the coming decades. As you may remember, I presented to this board a critical land protection strategy, which is a series of data map layers that does what this proposed plan also does. So it includes agricultural, it includes open space properties, as well as those that are residential. But it also prioritizes areas and parcels that will allow for wetland migration, that will experience inundation, and identifies priority open space and agricultural parcels for acquisition with the inclusion of climate change impacts. My reasoning for requesting the opportunity to review this further and to discuss with the Open Space Committee and your Environmental Advisory Committee, as well as the town board, is to work toward a much more inclusive final document. The proposed plan indicates that the town of Riverhead may require the continued use of CPF funds for debt services for the next decade or so, but that these priority parcels may be recommended to Suffolk County or the state as priorities. Additionally, the longevity of this plan and the updated Riverhead Comp Plan will likely surpass the next decade, and ensuring these priorities include climate change impacts and include as much public input as they can is of paramount importance. We all want to see Riverhead maximize the benefit of this plan well into the future. I will also briefly add that Suffolk County has initiated a coastal resilience and sea level rise task force, in part to review how climate change impacts will affect things like land acquisition and prioritization of parcels. And I feel that this should happen at the town level as well. The Peconic Land Trust is a valued partner of ours, and I am sure that their efforts that have gone into this document are second to none with your committees. So I applaud their efforts. I applaud this document. But I am grateful that you are extending more time, and I hope that we can have the opportunity to include impacts of climate change as we move into the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for your comments. Devin, do we have anyone else on Zoom?
No one else via Zoom, no.
Okay, so we're gonna cut that section from the Zoom. Anyone from the public want to come forward?
Hello, I guess it's my turn. Takri Turchin, Calverton Civic, and I am very grateful that that large document is now going to have more time to be reviewed by folks, hopefully in Calverton, certainly by myself. I did have a conversation today with Anne Marie Prudenti, and she provided me with a link for the Suffolk County tax map that is also quite large, but we're going to be taking a stab at it because we know that Calverton is quite a large landmass. I just had a couple of compelling questions of my own, which are, well, my notes went blank. My curiosity is that how does the ratio of the tax dollar per $1,000 of assessed value in Riverhead compared to the other 9 towns on our East End? And the reason for the question is to show the perspective that our CPF is doing more debt service than purchasing. Thank you. Oh, thank you. So I'm curious about that number. I wanted to just bring it to our attentions, and certainly just from my point of reference, but also I think it could help everyone else to understand where Riverhead really is with the CPF. I understand that we're in a very unique situation as far as our debt service is concerned because there was a lot of borrowing, I guess, initially with this program. I look forward to hearing the responses. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Takli.
Hi, Ellen Hoyle, Riverhead, New York. I'm just going to make my statement now. It may not be pertinent next month, but I'm not going to be able to make the meeting next month probably. So I just wanted to find out, the Community Preservation Project Plan, how is that going to fit in with the comprehensive master plan that's being done? It seems like it's going to supersede whatever the comprehensive master plan is going to be doing. And if that's the case, why are we pushing this through when the town has just spent an enormous amount of money to have the comprehensive master plan done? So that's my concern. For the most part, it just seems to be bypassing one program over another. Now, I'm not saying that this isn't a great plan. It probably is. I haven't had a chance to study it in depth. But it just seems to me that you'd be better off waiting until the comprehensive master plan is finished in order to vote on something like this. Thank you.
All right, and that's Helen Hoyle, Democratic candidate for assessor. And that's her viewpoint, and that's a question, and does anybody want to answer that?
Are you, Mr. Murphy, do you have an answer to that?
No,
or
Anne Marie,
are you
hold on a second, let me call them in, so I take notes, okay? Thank you, I really appreciate it, Councilwoman. It'll flow, and you'll have time to speak. Anne Marie, Ellen Horn asked a question. Would you provide a response, please?
Yes.
If you can.
It's a good question.
It is.
It's a requirement, actually, under Town Law 64E. And it should be updated more frequently than the town has, but somebody made another excellent point. Other towns, like the town of Southampton, because it's a 2% transfer tax, and if you look at the property values in Southampton versus Riverhead, they're much higher. So the 2%, their community preservation fund, is a lot larger than the town of Riverhead, to the point where in the town of Southampton, they have an attorney solely dedicated to community preservation fund projects. They also have equipment, buildings and grounds team. Here in Riverhead, staff does it all. they multitask whatever's required to do under the Community Preservation Fund project plan. Next, I just have to say that Riverhead was extremely aggressive during the boom of development to preserve properties. And so the reason why our debt service is where it is, in order to accomplish those preservation goals before the town was fully developed, the town determined it was appropriate to bond. So we bonded a total of $73,225,959. And right now, and I'll tell you another good thing the town did, some members of the public may recall this, the town actually lobbied for state legislation unique to the town of Riverhead to allow us to refinance our bond indebtedness. So right now, our bond indebtedness, our principal outstanding debt service is at $28,173,825, and the total remaining outstanding debt service is $34,553,807. And one final note, the town board and the then town boards have always advocated, without success, and we've even lobbied Assemblyman Thiel, that we believe towns should share the Community Preservation Fund. Why? They have a lot more than we do, and they collect a lot more. But we haven't been successful in that, but
Thank you, Anne Marie. I bring that up at every meeting with Southampton that I get an opportunity to. I will just continue to bring it up, especially for a property like Broad Cove, which is such a pristine property and is right across the waterway from Southampton. I think it would be very fitting for them to share that acquisition with us.
maybe we should do a town logo.
Share their
It's nice
CPF
to
funds
share.
with us.
It certainly has come across my desk many times
Yes.
that we are unfortunately, limited in our capacity, and the other neighboring towns, the 5 East End towns, are flush in funds. So, I've always been a proponent of that, but unfortunately upon deaf ears.
But Frank, I think it's a good idea to just keep bringing it up over and
Absolutely.
over. I actually have spoken with Jay Schneiderman about it, and I also met with Fred Thiel about it, and I think that as a town, we just keep asking it, because, we do share waterways out here.
Okay, so Barbara Blass, did you want to add to this discussion?
Just, if I could, for a moment,
Sure.
this is a subject near and dear to my heart. A lot of blood, sweat, and tears. It's starting back in 1998 when we went door to door for the original approval of
Is that when you were councilwoman?
No, I was not at the time. I was a member of the planning board, but working with the Farmland Preservation Committee and the Open Space Committee, and the referendum was very successful. But the point that is really important in my mind is that the original preservation fund had farmland preservation as its #1 priority. That was actually one of the only things that you could use the money for. So yes, when I became town board member, and even prior to that, when I was chair of the planning board and representing the planning board on those committees, we were full steam ahead buying whatever we could. And that is the reason that Riverhead, proportionately speaking, has more farmland protected than any other town in the county of Suffolk. And we're very, very proud of that. But what did that do? That left us with a significant debt, and it leaves us in a situation now, and I've been advocating, and Assemblyman Thiel and former Senator Laval will attest to the fact that for a very long time, we were constantly asking for sharing of the funds. If for no other reason than what Ms. Novak was talking about, we share the estuary. All 5 East End towns have that responsibility to provide for whatever we could for the health of the estuary. And there's a critical lands protection strategy. That's part of that community preservation project plan and part of the estuary, where we say, well, if we're all responsible for the health of the estuary, we should all then have a contributing source of money if we could. We don't have the turnover of the properties that they have in Southampton. I think at one point cumulatively since 1998, I don't even believe we've amassed as much money as the town of Southampton has in a single year. That's how extraordinary and flush with money they are, which is why they have been able to go back through Assemblyman Thiel and get changes in the law in the state, at the state level, to use the money for things other than preservation of land, open space and farmland. They buy hat shops, they buy museums, they'll buy just about anything, and their project plan gets changed and amended every single time something comes up. They have a lot of money. So whatever you can do to continue to keep the idea of sharing, if for nothing else, health of the estuary and those particular parcels that contribute to that, that would be a very extraordinary effort. So thank you very much. I appreciate your
Barbara, I agree with you, and hopefully we can move forward. However, right now, we don't have a share, and we can't compare homes. An average home in Riverhead is between $400,000 and $500,000, and an average home in Southampton is $5 million to $10 million.
And that's exactly my point.
Yeah, so yeah, right.
That's my
So
point. I'm not trying to
So we should
compare.
share?
I'm saying the reality of the situation is we have a collective responsibility. Every of 5 East End towns signed that pledge. I remember, Bob, I know you were there that day signing the pledge on behalf of the town of Riverhead, that we would do what we could, if for no other reason than the health of the estuary. Put all those other special properties in each of the respective towns aside. We do have a collective responsibility, but we cannot do as much as we would like to because of that. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. Anyone else from the public want to come forward?
Thank you, Barbara.
Do we have anybody on Zoom?
We already spoke to them on Zoom.
You already spoke to all of them? Okay, we're now going to close this portion of this hearing. We're going to leave it open for comments until July 8th, 2020 at 4:30 p.m. and at the town clerk's office.
Is that including not just comments, written comments, but
Written comments, any type of comments.
And we can come in again at the town board meeting?
Yes.
I just want to make sure it wasn't stated. Thank you.
Right, and when you make the comments, you make them to the town clerk's office, and she's the receiver of all our documents, so yeah, absolutely.
But Takwi, that's why we held it over to the next meeting, so that you could actually come in and speak to the meeting, to us at the meeting. You're correct.
Okay, so that portion is completed. So now we're going to move on. We're going to move on to the third public hearing today, which was scheduled for 6:05. At the moment, it is 7:46. And we're going to now open a public hearing for the consideration of a proposed local law entitled Opt-out of Allowing Cannabis Retail Dispensaries and On-Site Consumption Sites in Town of Riverhead as authorized under Cannabis Law, Article Number 4. And Anne Marie, you're a busy woman today. Can you
Sure.
once again come forward and please introduce this legislation before us, before open comments?
Sure. So I think at this point, there are 16 states and the District of Columbia that have legalized recreational marijuana. On March 31st, I'm not sure if New York was the 15th or 16th state to legalize recreational marijuana. The law actually amends numerous provisions of law, too lengthy to address all the provision, and I also suspect that residents are familiar with some of them from the town board work sessions, news coverage, articles, but I'll just highlight a few of the key points. An individual now 21 years or older can possess up to 3 ounces of marijuana. I'll share with you, at least I'm told, based upon my research, that's approximately equivalent to 50 to 75 joints. An individual 21 years or older can smoke marijuana anywhere you can smoke a cigarette. The law also allows an individual to cultivate up to 6 marijuana plants, 3 mature, 3 seedlings, or up to 12 per household if you live with another adult. The state may license commercial growing and processing operations in the town of Riverhead. The town may not opt out of those provisions I just described to you. May not. The opt-out provision, section 131, provides that the town may opt out of retail dispensaries, a retail store, an on-site consumption site. The law that went into effect on March 31 requires the town to opt out by a local law subject to a permissive referendum under Municipal Home Rule Law 24. The law provides that December 31st is the deadline to opt out. Hence, what you have before you now, you had a request to authorize the town clerk to publish and post a public hearing, which is today. And this is an opportunity, a second opportunity actually, because the town board did post, not only post, I think it was even extended once, a marijuana survey. So without further ado, I'm sure I would think there's residents that really want to be heard on the subject.
All right, so when this legislation, it is very complicated, and when it arose, we asked the deputy town attorney to look into this matter. This is another opportunity. My office created the survey. We had 1,408 responses, quite a bit, hundreds of comments that consisted of 4.2%. We have 33,000 employees here, residents here in Riverhead, and 1,408 is 4.2%. So I know that everyone didn't agree, but I thought that we should have a public hearing to hear from the public, and we should probably have another avenue again within the next time before we vote to provide a little bit more input from the public. So at the moment, if there's anyone in the audience that would like to come forward and make some remarks, please do so now.
And Supervisor, I just want to add, this is very time sensitive.
Absolutely.
Because of the permissive referendum requirements, the local law wouldn't take effect for 45 days. If a petition is filed and found to be valid, then the town board would move and put it on the ballot. The cost to the town of Riverhead to do anything other than put it on the November election ballot and to do a special, really, the cost and funding for that is enormous. So really, the time is now for people to speak on it.
Absolutely.
Because it is so time sensitive that if you determine to move forward and adopt the local law, you would have to do so at the July 7th meeting.
Okay.
Anne Marie, can I ask you a question?
Yeah.
Just for clarification on this. This is for retail dispensaries, and then we have the word "and."
Yes.
On-site consumption. Is there any way to separate the two? Could the town potentially allow retail dispensaries to be sold, but not allow it to be consumed in any type of public place or facility?
Yes, you may bifurcate it. However, the consequences, and I should have explained this to the members of the public, if the town permits retail sale and on-site consumption, the town will receive a share of the tax revenue generated by that, as will the county of Suffolk. If the town opts out of one or both, the town of Riverhead will not be eligible for receipt of the proportion of the tax revenues. So, you know,
We should.
Thank you, because it's a key point, yeah, sorry.
yeah, and I also want to just address another point. The town is also able, and I've stated this at the podium before, if the town does not opt out, you have the ability to put in place time, place, and manner restrictions. You have the ability to designate the areas. You have the ability to actually address saturation and other community concerns for every application and every potential siting of a business for retail sale or on-site consumption. I'll also note to the public, because I think this is a unique feature of the law, and just in case any of you, this is the law. So there's a lot of different provisions in it. So one of the most interesting things perhaps for me was you cannot have retail sale or on-site consumption of marijuana together with alcohol. So it separate and distinct, and it's not permitted. You can't go someplace, have a drink or a cocktail, and then also smoke marijuana.
And I think it's also important that the public understands that if we opt out, in the future, we get locked back in. Correct?
No, the opposite, I think.
Yeah. The deadline is December 31st.
Right.
If you don't opt out by December 31st, you've lost your opportunity to opt out, just to be clear.
Exactly.
Okay.
If we opt out now, under a resolution, then we have the opportunity after December 31st to opt back in, correct?
No.
You're out, you're out.
Yeah.
No coming back.
We were told that at the first meeting.
Well,
You're out, you're done.
in order to get, yeah,
I
so.
think, can we double check that? Just do me a favor, just to make sure.
Sure.
It was my understanding that if we opt out, that we can. So let's just correct that.
Okay.
I mean, make sure, because there's a difference of opinions.
The real critical issue for the town board and the residents are, the deadline is December 31st.
Right.
So, and because it's a 45-day permissive referendum period, then, I don't want to get hyper-technical, but it's a 45-day period. Then the law also requires, before you put a proposition on the ballot, that requires 60 days. So you have to add the 60 and the 45, plus, you know, out of respect for the town clerk, give her about 2 or 3 days to review all the petition signatures to verify that it is a valid petition. It's not a lot of time.
All right, Anne Marie, if you don't mind, because I know you're a great researcher, can you just look for the next few minutes as we get comments?
Sure.
And double check that,
Sure.
idea? So we're strict, I think it's something that the public should be totally aware.
The premise for it was that if you opt out and other towns don't, and you see the other towns are like, woo, we're getting all this tax money in and it's really not that bad, they don't want other towns jumping back onto the ship. So that's the idea. If you opt out, you're out. You're done.
We were told at the first work session when we discussed, we were told that once you opt out,
You're out.
Okay, but
that's what we were told at the first informational
So-
session.
Let's, could you do me a favor and clarify that?
Sure.
We'll take some comments, and I know you're pretty, you're very good with,
I mean, I have it right here. I could read
okay,
it
yeah,
from the statute.
we'd like to hear that.
So, Section 131, local opt-out. The licensure and establishment of a retail dispensary license and/or on-site consumption license under the provision of Article 4 of this chapter, I'm just going to on or before the latter of December 31st, 2021, or 9 months after the effective date of this section, adopts a local law subject to a permissive referendum governed by Section 24 of the Municipal Home Rule Law, requesting the Cannabis Control Board to prohibit the establishment of such retail dispensary license and/or on-site consumption licenses contained in Article 4 of this chapter within the jurisdiction of the town, city, or village. Provided, however, that any town law shall apply to the area of the town outside of any village within such town. No local law may be adopted after the latter of December 31st, 2021, or 9 months after the effective date of this section prohibiting the establishment of retail dispensary on, provided, however, that a local law repealing such prohibition may be adopted after such date. So we might be saying the same thing. The critical point is, if we're going to opt out, it must be, and you have to allow the time for the 45 days, 60 to get it on the ballot. No ifs, ands, or buts. That if you don't make that window, you don't have the right. It's just...
Right, that's the window to 12/31. And that's how I understand it. I think we might just, you know what, we'll put it up.
We might be saying it differently, Supervisor, but I do think we understand it the same way.
We have to act whether we're gonna, there's no opt-in, it's a given. It's in effect, and we have to decide the dispensaries and the sale. So let's just double click. We have the website now that we have the marijuana, the description with that PowerPoint. So let's just clarify that for everyone, because I see some people shaking their heads that you opt out before the 31st. So let's just make sure that we clarify that. I know you've done a lot of work on it.
It's section 131. And, this is the law that was adopted on March 31st. If the town board would like, I can request maybe IT.
You could put it on the website?
Put section 131 up.
On the website? Okay.
If the town board would like that, I could do that.
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure.
Yeah.
It's always good. People like to read stuff.
Right.
And
I'm not
Anne Marie,
gonna put
thank
the
you for
whole-
all your
I'm not
work.
gonna put everything, but I'll put 131.
All right, do we have any comments from the public? Yes, ma'am. Did you want to come up? How are you? Devin,
Hello.
identify.
Just a reminder for folks that are going to comment on the resolutions before the board, I'm sorry, we're still on the hearing. Disregard. So we spoke earlier. You have
All right.
5 minutes. Thank you.
Hello, everybody.
Hi, how are you?
My name is Cheryl Hukin, and I love Riverhead. That's why I'm here. Not only did my husband and I choose to live here and raise our children here, but I grew up here. So that gives me the perspective, I think, to understand the heritage of our town and to see how far we've come, and gives me hope about where we're headed as a community. I'm rooting for Riverhead to be the best Riverhead that we can be, and that's why I'm for opting out of the marijuana cafes and dispensaries. I'm not going to go into documentation for the sake of time, but I'm basing concerns that I have after speaking to people who live in places, states, and towns where they have instituted these very things, and also reading reports, watching documentaries on the subject. So I'm convinced after that this would do more harm than good to our community. And here are my concerns. The first one I have has to do with air quality. Unlike drinking, which a person takes internally, although over-drinking certainly has its own concerns, with drunk driving and, alcoholism, but smoking pot forces others in the same airspace to participate whether they want to or not. Most of us have probably experienced being swallowed up in a cloud of pot smoke at events or something. Right now, New York City residents have been complaining that since this recent law, this New York State law, that you can't walk anywhere in the city of New York but that you're smelling weed. I find that especially ironic at a time when we're all coming out behind our masks and hoping to breathe clean air, and instead, this is what people are experiencing. And to me, one of the beautiful benefits of living out east is our clean, sweet, fresh air. And to have these marijuana cafes and dispensaries all over our downtown area is only going to change the atmosphere, literally. And this at a time when we're excitedly in the process of creating this wonderful family-friendly outdoor gathering space on a riverfront. Do we really want our children riding on the carousel while they're breathing pot smoke? I don't think so. How healthy is that? As a child, dating myself here, I remember the anti-smoking campaign the citizens of our country embarked on against the tobacco industry. I remember smoke-filled restaurants and offices and airports and planes and trains, and I thank God that we changed the world from then to now. And it makes no sense for us to go backwards into a smoke-filled world again. We established the negative consequences of cigarette smoke then, and we also witnessed the corruption of the tobacco industry, who for years denied that it was harming anybody, although they well knew that it was actually killing people. So anyway, I'm not going to argue the benefits, the health benefits. I am aware that, it can be useful for alleviating pain. But I think there's still a lot that we don't know. And if you are interested, there actually have been studies done through Harvard University and the New England Medical Journal that have been published that there are adverse effects of marijuana, especially on children. And so similarly to the tobacco debacle, I think also it stands to reason that we follow the money. Who stands to benefit from, merchandising pot in our town? The public or perhaps the people that are in the industry. My other concern is about becoming a destination. I'm thrilled to see the progress that our town has made toward making it an even more attractive place to live and play. We want our town to be a destination, but for the right reasons. If we do allow these marijuana cafes and dispensaries to set up shop on our main street, we will be making pot even more accessible for those who seek pot-friendly destinations and less friendly for families. People who live in those places who already allowed this will tell you about the influx of folks migrating there for just that reason. They'll also tell you about the uptick of drug trafficking that it brought and the increase in usage among their teens. Do we really want to welcome that to our all-American small town? Another unintended consequence of bringing more pot into our community is increasing its accessibility is safety on the road and crime. The law enforcement in the states and the towns that already have this in place are complaining that their job has doubled because the number of under the influence drivers causing accidents and endangering the public has now doubled. They had enough to just try to protect the public from drunk drivers. Now they have people who are also under the influence of pot. And they're so overwhelmed they can't even keep up. Another complaint they have is that crime increased in those places. So for all those reasons, I urge you as our leaders, elected to protect the public trust, that you do that by voting to have Riverhead opt out of allowing marijuana cafes and dispensaries in our town. This is one of those things like Pandora's box. If you do allow it, once you do it, it will be next to impossible to ever reverse. I truly don't think the residents of Riverhead are fully aware that this is even happening, even though I know you did all the right things just people don't get it sometimes. And if they do, I don't think they realize the change that it will bring. I know proponents of locating these cafes here say that there's all this money to be made through the taxing. And I would also say that the people who live in these places where they did do this already said that there was no big windfall as promised. And then I would also ask you, even if some money is possible to be realized, at what cost is that to our quality of life in Riverhead? So I beg you to do the right thing for all of us in the community and for our future generations. So that's
Thank you very much.
that's my thoughts.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. Is anyone else in the audience that would like to come forward? How are you?
Good evening,
Good evening.
Madam Supervisor and Council people. How's everybody doing?
We're doing good.
Thank you for the opportunity to speak
Sure.
in support, in support of adult use, adult cannabis use in Riverhead. My name is Daniel Salati. I work with homeless veterans. I am a chronic pain sufferer for over 20 years, and for the last 5 years, a medical cannabis patient at Columbia Care Riverhead. 6 years ago, I was shoveling my father's driveway in February, and my back locked up to the point I was hit the ground. I was in excruciating pain, and my life has been a nightmare ever since. I went through a neck surgery that was seen as a success because it did alleviate the pain in my neck and the weakness in my arms, but then just lit up the rest of my back with pain. And unfortunately nowadays, there's not too many options for us chronic pain sufferers. So when somebody brought to my attention the medical marijuana program, I was like, well, what do I have to lose? Why not give it a try? I kind of partaked it a little bit when I was in my youth and kind of liked it, so I was like, why not? Why don't we give this a try? As with my last 5 years association with Columbia Care Riverhead, I received my associate's degree from Suffolk Community College. I obtained my bachelor's degree from St. Joe's in Human Services, and completed and was able to get a job in my designated field, my job of choice, which if you're in a social work field, it is usually doesn't happen that way. So I'm not saying that medical marijuana caused all those things, but what I am saying is that it was a big part in helping. It did take the edge off the pain and almost eliminate my anxiety to the fact that I don't have to take Xanax every day anymore, and reduced the oxycodone by 1 dose. I know it doesn't sound a lot, but when you're in pain all day, all your life, something like that is a big deal. So as I mentioned, I work with homeless veterans, and being a big proponent of the medical marijuana program, I keep an eye open for somebody who might need it or, might be interested in it. So I have been able, so far out of the 30 guys that I work with, been able to get 2 guys signed up for the program, and they find it, they were found a complete success. They found the program a complete success. The only issue they had was the cost effectiveness. Cost prohibitive, it was cost prohibitive.
This is the state law.
And from what I understand, the legalization of marijuana will drive those prices down and make it more accessible. So if you can tell me that if we have the opportunity to give one veteran with PTSD maybe an opportunity to not have that, to have a little bit of better of a life, I don't know who would stand in that way. Thank you guys for your time. I appreciate it. It's my first time, so I hope I didn't.
You did very well. Daniel, you did very, very well. You should be proud of yourself.
Thank you.
This meeting is not about medical marijuana.
Well,
Almost everybody supports medical.
Right.
And please do not confuse both. We are here for consumption and dispensaries. And I want you to know that if this helped you, we're happy to hear that. And you did well again,
Thank you.
okay?
But it also could help a lot of other people. I guess my last point was making it cheaper and more available so that everybody can get it.
Sure. Okay, thank you, Daniel, and I really appreciate it. I'm on the governor's website on marijuana. I just showed it to our town attorney, and it says, if a municipality does not opt out by December 31st, that's why we're here, and time is of the essence, and we need to move forward. The municipality will be unable to opt out at a future date. We know that. That's why we're here, and complying, with all the restrictions that we have in time-sensitive matters. However, a municipality may opt back in to allow either or both adult use retail, dispensary, or on-site consumption license types by repealing the local law. So this is and I showed it to the attorney, and this is from the New York State, the governor's office. So that's why we're just trying to clarify this. And Bob, now that you're seeing this, can you just give us your opinion on this?
Well, I don't want to, I think Anne Marie actually said that.
Okay.
When she read section 131,
So we
that
can't
is
opt
what
back
she
in.
said, that in the event you opt out, you
Yes.
could pass a local law after December
Perfect.
31st
Okay.
to, what, I think the words were to repeal the
To
prohibition.
repeal, that's right.
So the repeal of prohibition would opt you back in.
Okay.
But if you opt back in after December 31st, are you still entitled to get the revenue? Or have you missed the revenue stream?
Good question.
You can get
I'm
it.
not certain.
Yes, you can.
I'm not certain. It's a good question. So I just wanted to add what the local law here is. It's not on medical marijuana. As all of you are aware, for years, the state of New York authorized the medical marijuana. I will admit that this law actually enhances the medical marijuana provisions in that you can get it in different varieties that you could not get previously. Right now, there are 10 medical marijuana companies operating 38 dispensaries, including 12 in New York City as of November of this year. And you can get a medical prescription for a limited number of oils, ointments, capsules, powders, vaporizers, chewable gummies. But of course, not every dispensary has all these varieties, and we've had a dispensary in the town of Riverhead for years. So I want to be clear, this opt-out is for retail sale and on-site consumption.
Perfect. Thank you, Anne Marie. All right, so do we have anybody on Zoom, Chip?
Yes.
Okay, let's take somebody from Zoom, we'll break it up. Joy Smith, okay. Troy? Okay.
You're on, Troy? Yep, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Troy. Good evening.
Good evening, thank you for having me. My name is Troy Smith. I am the Deputy Director of the National Organization, of the Empire State Government, chapter of the National Organization for the Reform Effort. I am a resident of Long Island. I have frequented Riverhead many times throughout my life. I have many fond memories. And
Excuse me, we're having trouble hearing you. Can you maybe speak up a little bit? It's hard to hear you.
Can you hear me a little better now?
That's a little better, thank you.
All right, I'll provide written comments
That
after.
is better. Okay, continue.
Okay, so yeah, again, my name is Troy Smith. I'm the Deputy Director of Empire State Normal, and I'm the founder of the Long Island subchapter, Long Island Normal. I'm here today to talk to you a little bit about opt-out and what that means for Riverhead, right? What are we actually opting out of? Because we're not opting out of the use of marijuana, that's been going on for decades. We're not opting out of the growing of marijuana, that's also been going on, but is now legal, and will be available to patients in just a few months, and all adult consumers within a year or two. What you're really opting out of is licensing retail facilities that will be able to ID their customers to make sure they're of the appropriate age. Companies that will be providing quality assurance testing of their product to make sure that a substance that town residents have been using for decades is safe for them. And on the revenue end, there's quite a bit of revenue to be had. And just for full disclosure, I am a volunteer. Empire State Normal is a 501c4 nonprofit advocacy organization that was established in 2008 to advocate for medical and recreational marijuana. I was actually at the town board meeting in 2015 when you guys held a hearing on Columbia Care. And you were actually one of the first towns to approve a medical marijuana facility in New York, which we were very appreciative. And I thank the town council for it, even though I do know there has been some turnover since. But what I'm getting at is that opting out is more or less opting out of things that are already occurring and are going to keep occurring during this whole opt-out thing. You're just opting out of any of the safeguards that the MRTA puts in place. And if we want to talk about tax revenue for a little bit, right? The MRTA provides for a 4% local tax, right? And if of that 4% local tax, the county gets a 25% cut, and if the sale occurs in a town, the town gets 3%. If it occurs in a village, you guys also get a cut that is either 50-50 or some sort of deal that you guys have to work out with the local villages. And that is going to be a substantial amount of revenue. The New York State Department of Health put out some estimates a few years ago about what the illicit marijuana economy was like. And just to break down the numbers that they put out, sorry, just give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, so the Department of Health estimated that between 6 and 10 million ounces of marijuana are sold in New York each year.
Devin?
If we assume Long Island's market size is proportional to our population, that's between 1 and 1.5 million ounces sold each year on Long Island. If on the low end at $300 an ounce, that's $12 million in potential tax revenue island-wide, and at $400 an ounce, that's $24 million potential tax revenue island-wide, and that's of that full 4%. And the reason I say island-wide is because it's going to vary widely what each town sees, depending on what their neighboring jurisdictions do, opt-in, opt-out wise. and that will, you know, it's just hard to say a true estimate of what each town will see based on it. We can say that there's $24 million in potential revenue on Long Island to be had. And, you know, I'm gonna end my comment there, and, you know, I also wanted to make a quick note, for the record. There are actually 18 states in the United States that have passed, legalization laws, along with territories and Washington DC. I think it was said 16 at the beginning, so I just wanted to correct it.
Great, thank you. So I just want to, we did get the legislation again, and I just want to make sure that people understand it, it's clear. By the 31st of December, 2021, we have to, if we don't do anything, we're in. If we opt out, we opt out. If we do opt out, you have the ability to opt back in. But you can't toggle back and forth. Once, okay, you do it only once. So here's the legislation, I'm just gonna share it with the board. I don't know, Mike, if you want one of these, I'll give it to the town attorney. Can you give that to local, I don't know if you want one, Tim, and I'll pass it on to the board. You can opt out by the 31st, and you can accept, you can rule, if you do it by then, you can opt back in, but you can't do it again. You can't start the process again. So I hope that's a little bit more clear for everyone. Is it? I think I'm seeing a lot of yes now, so I feel a little bit better. Chip, do we have anybody else?
That's all.
That's it. Okay, so we're gonna cut the Zoom portion, and then we're gonna have people from the public. How you doing? Sir, come on up.
Just letting you know I'm waiting to speak.
Okay, you're next.
Oh, okay.
Yes.
I don't want to rush you.
Oh, it's okay. It's
First of
only
all,
8:25, and we'll be here for another 12. No.
I'll try to be quick.
No, it's okay.
My name's Robert Chillen. I'm a retired teacher from Riverhead. Good evening, council members. First of all, I want to thank you for serving on the board. I know it's not easy, especially sitting here watching you tonight, and it's not always rewarding. But you do it for the good of the community, and I do appreciate your sincere and caring efforts.
Thank you.
I want to say that I do support adult use of cannabis in Riverhead. I think it's way past time we normalize the substance and turn it into a market that can benefit all. I think the finances are important, but I think the legalities and the concerns and the positions we put community members in are more important. When we push things underground and make them illegal or harder to do, things become more dangerous. And I think that the more we can sanitize the industry by bringing it above board, I do believe it'll be safer and better for all those involved, for sellers, buyers, and especially, and also for our local police. I believe whose job is hard enough. It also gives you the power to regulate what's going on, because I don't think opting out is going to stop anybody from smoking in Riverhead, but I do think opting in will give you the power to regulate. And I agree, we don't want kids on the river walking around, smelling it, seeing, and that's why I think we should actually opt in and make sure we do that so that we can regulate and control what goes on in this town. Mandatory ID checks and public education will help keep minors safe and ensure adult customers are informed about, and make sure adult customers are informed about safe consumption. Legalizing it will help eliminate poison, and what I mean by that is pot, other substances that people mix in. On the underground, sellers may add stuff to increase their illegal profits. Buying it legally will ensure its safety. I think that alone is so important that we care about our community members, because they're going to be doing it either way. If you stopped all the bars in Riverhead today, I don't think it's going to stop drinking in Riverhead. People are going to drive other places, and then we have to worry about them getting home safely. And that's exactly also my concern when it comes to the cannabis laws. The choice is not whether to allow cannabis in Riverhead. It's already here. It's in every other town. Do we want to drive our citizens out of town to indulge in these practices? I believe the lounges are really just cannabis bars, just like regular bars, where people will go to gather and support local businesses. But if we drive our citizens out of town to indulge, now they have to worry about getting home. If they're local, you don't want to drive, you call a friend, you take an Uber, it's not a big deal. If you're out of town, now you have to worry about getting home. You either have to make a decision on paying for an Uber or driving. The higher cost of the Uber or however there is to get home, the more likely they're not going to take it, and they're going to take a chance on driving. So I think legally, it helps people make a better decision. Well-paying jobs mean more and better opportunities for people in the community as we pull out of this COVID recession. Legal sales generate tax revenue that we can invest in our communities. But as I said, I think the money's important, but I do think caring for our citizens is more important. I personally think a percentage of the taxes should go to creating much-needed affordable housing for the citizens of this community. It's about how we can have responsible consumption and expanding opportunity for all. Even though the board may or may not agree with these laws, I think it's important to show the Riverhead citizens that we care for them, and even though we may disagree with other aspects of the law. Thank you for your opportunity for speaking tonight.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. All right, next.
Hello there. Good evening, everyone. My name is Christian Schilling. Thank you for coming tonight. So,
Do you live in Riverhead?
I was been a member of Riverhead until about 6 months ago. I recently relocated.
Okay, where do you live? Where you from? You're supposed to say your name.
I'm sorry. My name is Christian Schilling.
Yeah.
I was from Wading River until a couple months ago. I recently relocated to Patchogue.
Okay.
I am the assistant manager of Columbia Care at the medical marijuana dispensary in
Okay.
Riverhead. So, first of all, I just want to say that it's been an absolute pleasure serving the patients in Riverhead, as well as the local community. I stand here in support of allowing adult use in the town of Riverhead. This is for several reasons. Columbia Care is a multi-state operation, and we have served in many different states where we've had both medical and adult use dispensaries. What we found in those states is that it allows us to serve the medical patients in a much better fashion for multiple reasons. Increased cannabis production inevitably ends up in a decreased cannabis price for everyone, medical patients, adult patients included. Unfortunately, medical marijuana is something that is not allowed by health insurance due to federal reasons and due to insurance policies at the moment. So medication can become expensive. In states where adult use is also allowed, medical marijuana is typically vastly cheaper. Another important point is that a lot of adult use customers oftentimes have medical questions or medical reasons that drove them there in the first place. So although they might consider themselves adult use patients, many of them might suffer from insomnia, anxiety, pain, and they haven't necessarily seeked out relief from these issues in the traditional avenues. Allowing them to step into an adult use dispensary and try these products out will provide them with just more opportunity to do so. Allowing these adult use dispensaries to co-locate with the medical marijuana dispensary is going to provide a couple of additional benefits as well. So our adult use medical marijuana dispensaries in New York are required to have pharmacists on site by law, which provides a certain amount of medical expertise that would not be in adult use dispensaries where we're not allowed to co-locate. The community benefits as well by having a familiar business, Columbia Care. We've been here for 5 years. We've had absolutely no incidences or issues or problems at all in terms of crime. And I'd like to say that we've helped people from many different walks of life in the 5 years it's been there. I found it to be an incredibly rewarding experience, and I feel that opening up adult use and allowing us to co-locate will allow us to continue to help more people who may have been afraid to necessarily put their toe in the water in the first place. Not only this, but the additional tax revenue for the community will allow Columbia Care to continue on with their sort of contributions to the community itself. We have, for instance, an adoptive family program where we help to subsidize the cost of medical marijuana to patients. The more revenue, the more sort of money we have to put towards these sorts of funds. And so for those reasons alone, I feel that adult use is something that is positive for the town of Riverhead, for its patients, for its community, and for just adult use patients as well.
Okay,
Thank you.
great.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Question, let me add one question.
Absolutely.
Yeah, Columbia Care is strictly a medical use, correct? Dispensary?
We
Are you
currently,
looking to
yes.
move from, my real question is, are you looking to move from being a medical use facility to go into legalization use? Recreation use?
We're hoping, by all means, sir.
Okay, because it seems like I know Columbia Care,
Yes.
and I've spoken to you, and it was for medical use, and then now, this hearing is for adult use, part of the legalization, and again, almost everybody I know is supportive of medical use. So
Yes,
that's
and
not an issue.
We appreciate that. We are interested in the option to co-locate adult use in this facility.
Okay.
Because for us, we have started out as a medical operator.
Could you just give your name, please?
Oh, yes,
I'm
thank
sorry.
you. My name is Nigis Tabebe, that's N-G-I-S-T-E-A-B-E-B-E for the notes. And I'm Vice President of Public Policy with Columbia Care, and I also serve as the President of the New York Medical Cannabis Industry Association. We are a medical dispensary, and we are a medical dispensary first and foremost. We have found in other states where we are able to co-locate adult use and medical, it dramatically reduces the cost for patients. And because none of this program, from the first doctor's appointment you have to get your certification to the time you fill your medication with a pharmacist, is covered by insurance, being able to reduce those out-of-pocket costs are really important for improving access for patients for whom this is cost-effective. We've also found that in states where we're allowed to co-locate medical and adult use, we can better serve patients who don't even know yet that they could be participating. Because while some might call this recreational, we call it adult use in our parlance because all of the research shows that anywhere from 60 to 74% of adult use customers are coming in for a health or wellness reason. And the top 3 reasons are insomnia, anxiety, and pain, as Chris just mentioned. When we're able to co-locate adult use and medical, and especially in the early days of adult use program, this means that folks who are coming in who maybe once tried cannabis or have never tried cannabis in their lives can come in and have access to medical professionals. If they are and should be a patient, they can talk to somebody who can guide them through how to talk about this with their healthcare provider and how to become a medical cannabis patient. And all of those steps are really important. In addition, to address some of the concerns folks have raised, because it is really important, and as a cannabis company, we are focused on responsible adult consumption. We are able to provide educational materials so folks understand impairment and how you can evaluate yourself, and knowing, just as you do when you drink wine and you're out for dinner with your friends, you know when you should not take those keys and get back in your car, making sure that customers who are coming in the early stages of adult use are talking to folks who know this plant and can inform them and ensure that the materials they have, that the packaging that they receive their products in reminds them that this could be impairing and they should be a responsible adult consumer. To address some of the other concerns, when it comes to youth use, legal industries do not fuel youth consumption. Youth consumption, if somebody wanted to come into one of our facilities, you have your ID checked at least twice, most likely 3 times. You cannot set foot inside of our dispensary if you are under the age of 18. And so when we talk about addressing responsible adult consumption, the other key part of that is not just addressing impairment, but it's ensuring that the adults who are purchasing cannabis know, just like they do with if they are a gun owner or if they are drinking, that they need to keep those things out of kids' hands, that they need to take it home and put it in a locked box. They need to educate their children and make sure that they know that this is an adult substance, and they need to be storing it in ways that ensure the members of their household know that this is not for them. And so these are features when we are, as an already established, and I hope at this point, trusted community member here in Riverhead after our 5 years here and sustained community investment, we are committed to ensuring that if we were to co-locate adult use at this medical site, that we would be supporting those goals around responsible consumption and addressing all of those externalities that we all want to minimize and to reduce the risk.
The reality is, though, cannabis is here. Cannabis is already adult use cannabis is already a multi-billion-dollar industry in the state of New York. The question is not whether or not we have cannabis in this town. It is, to the point many others have made, are we going to regulate it? Is the town council going to have control over time, place and manner? Are community members going to have the opportunity to chime in about where is this commercial activity happening? And so from our perspective as Columbia Care, as a medical operator, our number one concern is to support adult use, to choose to opt in, not to opt out, and to sustain a dialogue around having a well-regulated industry that can bring in, hopefully for us, if we were to choose to co-locate adult use, that we could continue to be a good corporate citizen and neighbor, and that for any others, that they meet the standards for the town of Riverhead and for the citizens here, and can serve the citizens here the way you wish to be served. So thank you so much for your time this evening. I'm happy to answer any other questions should anybody have them, but
Okay,
I understand we're a little behind.
Okay.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, everyone.
All right, anyone want to come forward?
Hi, Ellen Hoyle, Riverhead, New York. Hold on one second while I pull this up. My concern, there seemed to be some confusion or discussion about the actual process of the opting out and opting back in and the referendums and the timing. My concern is that right now we have the ability to regulate this industry up the wazoo. We could do whatever we want to it, basically, to make it as restrictive as possible. My concern is that if the town does in fact opt out, you have until December 31st to get this all done. If a referendum is held, which based on the survey is actually quite possible, given the response rate, if a referendum is basic and just says, we choose not to opt out, does the town then lose the ability to regulate this industry? That's a question that really needs to be looked at. Do you now lose that ability? You can opt back in, sure, to the revenue, but can you opt back into the regulation of it? And
Yes,
that's
you
my
can.
concern, is that you will lose that ability.
Yes, you can. Once you opt back in, you have full
I
benefits.
don't know that
Okay,
everybody
we
was
have,
sounding very confident
Anne-Marie?
in that.
Okay, we're not gonna go back and forth. The opting out is, Anne-Marie, can you come forward?
So, I think the point the supervisor was making before, and I read it directly from the statute, it's true. If you opt out, you can opt back in. But that's not what's critical. What's critical is the time frame in which is remaining to do your opt-out. If the town board decides to opt back in, they can absolutely put in time, place, and manner restrictions.
Okay.
They're not forgoing that opportunity at all. And to be clear, if the town were to opt out, then opt in, and December 31st comes again, you can never opt out again.
Right, it's only a
You're
one-shot
done.
deal.
You got,
You can't toggle.
basically, what I'm trying to say is, town board, you have the one opportunity, and it's now. And because of the time parameters and the restrictions that the state law placed upon municipalities.
So my further question is, if a referendum is held in the interim, then what happens to that ability to opt back in?
I'm not sure
So
what
basically,
you're
the
saying.
town votes to opt out. A petition is circulated.
Yeah, you should
for
come
a
to the mic.
referendum.
Can you come to the mic? No.
So the town opts out. A referendum is held, a petition is circulated saying, we want to opt back in as a town. The referendum is passed. It's a very simple referendum saying, we just want to opt back in. Does the town now lose the control of how that opt-in is happening because of the referendum?
Right. So the referendum would trigger and authorize the town board to put it on the ballot. That's why I'm concerned. You have the 45 days, then you have to add 60 in the event there is a petition.
That's not the question. The question is, if the referendum is in fact held and passes on November Second, that the town is now going to be directed by the voters to opt back in. Does the town still have the ability to regulate? Or is that
Yes.
superseded by the simple referendum?
The town shall retain the right for time, place, and manner restrictions.
Despite the referendum?
Yes. The referendum only relates, strictly relates, to the opt-out or opt-in, right?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying.
No,
I just want to make sure
yes,
that,
no.
that's not getting lost here.
No.
Okay.
Well, but, you know, in all fairness, I understand the point the supervisor was trying to make, and I understand what you're getting at, but I can only state it simply. We shall always retain the ability to put forth and in place time, place, and manner restrictions.
Okay.
Obviously, if we opt out, we're not going to have them here. You don't need them. But if the town decides not to opt out, or if a referendum comes forward and it goes on the ballot, and the residents don't support the opt-out, well then, you can pretty much guarantee this town board is going to put in time, place, and manner restrictions.
Yes.
There's still other restrictions similar to smoking, so even if we opted out, I mean, we're not gonna allow it in town parks, we're not gonna allow it walking down Main Street in public gathering areas. It's not happening. And so,
Yeah,
this is about a dispensary and a location for it, and that's what this is really about. But it's gonna follow similar smoking laws, you know, so.
Then my other concern is the revenue that we may be giving up. You know, we were just talking earlier today about a bond and the debt that's created, and yet we're also looking tonight to give up a huge amount of revenue potential. So I would just ask that the town board consider the pros and cons of those two things. You can regulate it today, you can gain the revenue from it today. That's all I have to say. Thank you.
Okay, Tracy, did you want to come forward?
Good evening, Supervisor and members of the council. I just want you to know that public speaking makes me sick to my stomach, so I'm extremely passionate about this issue. My name is Tracy Stark James, and I am here in the personal capacity as a lifelong resident, and I currently reside in Akabog. I came here tonight to listen and learn, and to keep an open mind, but to express my current position of the opposition to the on-site use and retail sale of recreational marijuana in our community. When I started to think about the numerous reasons why I did not want this in our community, I came back around and asked myself, why would we want this in our community? So as leaders in our community, I ask that question of you as well. Why? Why would we want to allow this in our community? As elected leaders with the responsibility to serve and protect, I ask, what is the benefit to our citizens to allow on-site use and the retail sale of marijuana? Does it improve our community to allow public use and sales? Does it protect our community? Does it really serve our community in a positive way? I can only think of two reasons. Money, the green-headed monster, and freedom of liberties. But do those two reasons outweigh the potential risks that come with authorizing more use and sale of marijuana? As I stand here today, I currently oppose the MRTA and allowing on-site use and retail sales because it will increase the availability and accessibility and could potentially, and most likely, negatively impact our quality of life. I heard people say tonight, well, it's out there already, and those who want it, get it anyway. Yes, it is. And let them. But why would we increase the availability to those who struggle already? And I hear the answer. Money. Riverhead has so many addicted souls who fight the battle daily. Are we going to lend them a hand up or tempt them like a diabetic in a candy store? Don't you think that walking by a retail store is going to tempt someone? Have you ever gone into a grocery store for an item and bought something that wasn't on your list because you wanted to try it? Or bought something out of curiosity? Have you never simply purchased or tried something simply because it was there in front of you? Of course you have. We all have. And how many have stood in front of a liquor store and paid an adult or older sibling to go in and buy a bottle for you? You don't think that's going to happen with pot? The 20-year-old buys it for the sister, the daughter, the nephew, the niece, because after all, it's not harmful. The state says it's so. But guess what? There are scientific studies that show it's harmful, especially to youth. And if it baffles me, it baffles me that we're even legalizing it for adults. How many of you went into your parents' liquor cabinet when you were kids? You don't think that will happen with pot? Yes, it's a parent's right. But it stunts a child's brain. And it is also proven that it causes psychosis in an adolescent if used consistently. So I ask again, shall we increase the accessibility? Yes, people are going to get it if they want it, and let them. Just not in our community. There's no real point to review all the health risks or potential health risks because the state has authorized its use. But for those of us who don't want to partake, we are now subject to the undesirable odor and effects of potential secondhand smoke. It impedes our quality of life. I have a report from the National Institute of Drug Abuse that concludes, and I quote, and you know what, a lot of the studies and a lot of the science is still questionable, but researchers measured the amount of THC in the blood of people who do not smoke marijuana and had spent 3 hours in a well-ventilated space with people casually smoking marijuana. THC was present in the blood of non-smoking participants. So why should the liberties and the health of others in our community be impeded because somebody wants to get high and relax? Or worse, why would we increase availability for the potential for someone to get behind a wheel impaired and potentially maim or kill one of our loved ones? There are no real tests for marijuana in your system. There's no recourse, therefore, or justice for victims to prove there was an ability impaired by pot. And yes, again, it already occurs. But it begs the question, are we going to increase accessibility and condone public use and sales? The town is working so hard, I'm working hard, to make this a family-friendly community. We are building a beautiful town square for people to congregate and recreate and enjoy family activities to be more inclusive for children. I fear that gathering space may now be troubled with very unpleasant odor of skunk smoke. I realize that Marijuana Regulation and Taxation Act has been adopted, and we can't stop people from smoking, but we can still exhibit a respectable and responsible image to the children by not allowing for it to be sold in our community. Why not emulate a dry community like in Massachusetts? Couldn't that be an attraction in and of itself if we're the only ones out here that don't allow it? Do we really believe that approving the on-site use, even in a limited manner, or retail sale of marijuana is going to enhance a positive image of our community? No discussion I've had to date or anything said tonight has convinced me that there is anything positive to come of legalizing the recreational use of marijuana. But as I said, I'm willing to listen. In fact, I've called experts in the field to gain a broader perspective, to see if there's a benefit to our community, or to learn that it is not as dangerous to our community as I may think. Not as dangerous? Is that how I need to assess something being considered by the town? Not as dangerous? Oh my God. Just wonder, how is it a responsible decision to provide a potentially dangerous outlet of recreation when there are other forms of recreation that don't pose as great a risk? Can we work to provide healthier forms of relaxation and recreation? Can we get creative how this community makes money without selling recreational drugs while maintaining its dignity and its responsibility for those who might not make the right decisions? Like myself, I made an unwise decision when I was younger and got into a vehicle with a drunk driver. I didn't make a responsible decision, and believe everybody makes mistakes. But we are here deciding whether we are going to increase the ability for some to make those mistakes. For what? Money? The state intends on dumbing down society with the hope we don't know or don't care what's going on. It kills brain cells. It damages lungs. It reduces motor skills. And worse, it doesn't just do it to the person who decided to partake in the drug. We want to relax. We can relax in our homes. Why would we consider providing an individual freedom for people to be able to relax outside their homes? For money? At the potential risk of someone else's life, or at least quality of life? And yes, we already have people partaking in driving and people drinking and driving, but why do we want to increase the risk? I've heard tonight that it's better to regulate so that people don't buy from the black market. Really? Because when government gets involved in anything, cost always goes up. Because it's going to be regulated and regulated some more and regulated some more. Then it will be taxed some more and regulated some more. And before you know it, the price of legalized retail sale of pot gets so high that the black market flourishes all over again. There are other ways for our community to make money in this industry than the adult use and retail sale of marijuana.
Yep.
And I'm sorry, Columbia, you can make your money in another one of your facilities outside of Riverhead. Are we that lazy that we can't be more creative? We've taken away the personal liberties of riding a vehicle on a beach or an ATV in parkland. Until recently, we weren't allowed to race cars. But we're going to consider on-site use of marijuana.
Okay.
Surely there's a better way to relax and make money. Let's be leaders on Long Island. Let's show the rest of New York that we as a community have the intestinal fortitude to be leaders and creative thinkers. Let's find new ways to fill the coffers, to provide relaxation and recreation that is safer for everyone and may not impede on the quality of life as much as smoking marijuana in public may be. But the best part about tonight is that we verified, trusting at some point, if we opt out, we can watch the other communities around us and see how it's impacted and opt in. And maybe we'll create our cannabis corridor. But until then, I urge you to opt out. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Stock. Can I just ask you one quick question? When you came up, you said you were sick to your stomach. What happens when you feel great?
Literally, I'll go puke now.
All right. Anyone else want to come up? How you doing? Good evening, sir.
My name is Mark Hobner. I live in Aquabog.
Okay, Mr. Hobner.
I'm here on my own behalf tonight.
Okay.
And I'm very glad I fed the dogs before I left. I got a few questions. We have this discussion in my house. One of the discussions was that in 1972, when we graduated high school, that we thought within 5 years pot was going to be legal. Here we are 5 decades later questioning all of that. And the question I had that we have at home right now, I would direct at the chief. Do we have a roadside sobriety test for pot? Do we have a quick blood test, breathalyzer? That would, I didn't think so. That would make me feel really good. One of the things I heard today, that the veterans would love to be able to try pot beforehand, before they got onto the medical marijuana, because it would be more accessible. And I'm thinking that $300 or $400 an ounce is not accessible. We have to look at those numbers. I know the market's going to change, and I don't think we ought to be really starry-eyed about all the money that we're going to get. We have to look at those numbers, look at comparative towns of this size with how many dispensaries. Are we going to have 1? Are we going to have 50? Are we going to have 10? And to Mr. Smith's number, another number, $12 million for the 2 counties, which is 3 million people, which is $4 each, right? If you figure $12 million for the 2 counties, over 3 million people, men, women, and children, for this town, it would be $120,000. Because 4 times 30,000 is about 120,000. That depends on the market, depends on how much the sale price goes down, how much volume these places are putting out. And I don't think it's predictable. I don't think we better not be betting the farm on any money coming in from this. I want to be very realistic about that. It's not going to be a windfall. I don't think it's going to be $1 million a year, but I don't know. I don't know if anybody knows. So just the numbers. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. All right, next.
My name is Greg McCauley.
Hi, Craig. Good
from
evening.
Rolling Woods.
Okay.
First thing I'd like to address, there seems to be a number of council people who may be placing some value on this online survey the town conducted. Online surveys that are done ostensibly anonymously certainly can be questionable at best. An online survey that addressed a specific Town of Riverhead issue only, for example, the downtown improvement area across from the theater, is unlikely to get people from Western Long Island to participate in our survey. However, when you have a survey on something as volatile as pot, the communities that use social networking will soon spread the word. Get your voice in, my fellow possibly juveniles, and we'll let them know how much pot we want. Of the 1,408 people who responded, it said in question number 1, 86% claimed to be Riverhead residents. However, if you go down to question 8, where it says, please provide residence or business address optional, it says a total of 495 people, there were a total of 495 responses. However, the vast majority of those were either no, none, NA, none of your business, or a zip code, or Riverhead. So that was no verification. There were 200 people, though, who were brave enough, like the people who came out tonight, and identified an actual legal street address or P.O. box. So if you're going to conduct a survey of this type in the future, may I suggest that you address those issues so that it is not taken over by someone with ill intent to mislead the public into thinking that 70% of the residents of Riverhead are actually in favor of this. Okay, it's been said a number of times that there's a commonality between alcohol and pot distribution. They want to compare it to bars and taverns. I want to point out to you that there's a big difference. As has already been mentioned a number of times, there is no appropriate breathalyzer exam, so an officer can take appropriate enforcement action. But even beyond that, there might be 2 victims that you'd be setting up. And that is the person who inadvertently becomes intoxicated. How so, you may ask? Well, if you go to New York State's DMV website, there is a handy little tool here about blood alcohol content. And it explains in simple language that glass of wine, or 12 ounces, will raise the blood alcohol level of a 150-pound man to a 0.02%. Likewise, for a 1.5 ounce a liquor of 80 proof, a beer, and so forth. My point being that anybody with common sense can monitor their intake of alcohol, knowing their body weight, and make a determination as to what level of blood alcohol content they are achieving to make sure that they are under an intoxicated level. As a matter of fact, you can go to Walgreens and you can get a personal breathalyzer test that you can blow into for under $30. You can't do that with cannabis. It comes in multiple strains, and each of the two major strains have different strengths and attributes. Additionally, even within the strains, you don't know what the THC content is. The thing that the novice may not understand before they get intoxicated and end up killing somebody. Let me think. Did it take one toke or two? Did it take one joint or two for me to get that high that I drove the wrong way on the LIE and head-on crashed into somebody? But there are certain council people that seem to think that 3% in the coffers of the town is worth that. And all I would ask for them, perhaps you should spend a weekend going out with first responders who go to these accident scenes and drag the victims out of car wrecks, maimed and possibly dead because of intoxication, both from alcohol but also from drugs. Go to MAD's website and they'll tell you that 1 out of every 4 person stopped for DWI has drugs also in their system. I guess that's it, other than to say that the town has a unique opportunity to think about what they're doing by opting out now, and if at a later date in time, overwhelming evidence convinces you that that was not a wise decision, you can change that decision. However, if you make the decision to opt in now, you can't opt out later on, and you're stuck with that decision and the tragedies and the deaths and the injuries that that decision will make.
Okay. All right, Craig, I just have a couple of things. I know that you questioned the validity of the survey, and I understand that. As a researcher, we don't use one source. You have to look for outliners. You said something about the addresses and optional. When it's a public survey, when you do human research, you should not normally force somebody to give an address. So that's why it's optional, because you're identifying a person. And in general, a good survey would have anonymous individuals, so that way you can identify, they feel comfortable instead of, and I understand what you're saying in that regard. As far as stacking a survey, and that's what that's called, that is also quite possible. So you should look at the general population, you should look at the percentage, you should try other means, so your study has validity. This is just one avenue that we use. And it's really a yes or no question. You opt in or you opt out. And that was the primary. We did reveal data from it concerning where they want it. A majority of the people want it downtown. Personally, I don't think it belongs there, but that's something that the board has to work with. So thank you for your comments.
As long as you commented again on this, let me just emphasize again
Sure.
that the survey has about as much worth as an anonymous survey that can be controlled by a handful of individuals who simply press the button over and over again and take the survey. And since there was no control mechanism to
No, that was
filter
taken
that
out.
out.
You can only take it once. Well, it recognizes the computer. That feature was put in there, but
You mean
Yeah,
If
so
I
when you
clear
try
my
to take it
cookies,
again,
you're not gonna,
it
it's
will
not gonna
say,
recognize it again?
yeah, it would say you already took the survey. That's a feature that was built in.
Okay,
into
just to
it.
clarify that, so you're saying that even though I clear my cookies,
Mm-hmm.
that it still would not, it would still recognize my computer?
IP address, yeah.
It's done by our.
But I also, if I can just add, I understand your concerns, and that's why it was important, and the supervisor and I both discussed at length, that we wanted this public hearing tonight, and to give everyone an opportunity to share their thoughts, and I think there has been great comments from both sides tonight, and it has been, as of now, very, very informative, and I understand your concerns, and that's why we wanted you to, and have that opportunity, and that's why both of us supported having a public hearing tonight, so you would have that opportunity to share those concerns. And I
May
thank you for
suggest
sharing.
that you create an environment, you mentioned, it was quoted in the press that someone had commented that seniors may not have had an opportunity to
Yes, I did.
express themselves in an online survey. I might suggest to you, I'm not sure how many seniors would have been patient enough to endure till this hour of the night. And so, if you really want to get a
Or
broad...
board members.
But we also did get some phone calls. I got phone calls here,
And
I got
letters.
emails, other avenues outside of this evening as well.
Yes.
And so I was glad that, it did give us some time between the survey and tonight to receive those comments.
Thank you.
Dawn, did you want to go? There's two people waiting. I just want to give you the option. You want to?
I appreciate it.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm here in my private capacity as well as my public capacity in about 15 minutes, hopefully.
Okay.
And I'm sorry to, to continue this discussion, but I think it's
Okay, you
important
got to identify yourself.
to say a few things. Dawn Thomas, Jamesport. Initially, I just want to thank the board for having this public hearing. I think it's important for the public to get the opportunity to say their piece outside of a survey, and I think there's been a lot of great things said. Initially, I oppose the expansion of the use of any intoxicating substances in our family-friendly town. I think we already have enough trouble controlling underage drinking, and I think as parents, all of you probably have experienced significant issues with underage drinking. Expanding those opportunities with other intoxicating substances, I feel, is a mistake. And I think while we may get funding from this, we don't yet understand what the potential costs would be. So whatever funding we would get would really have to be measured against what the potential impacts and costs would be to the community. And I just point out, if you remember, all the promises made to us with the lottery was going to cover all the expenses of education in the state of New York, and we wouldn't have to pay a thing. And lastly, we can opt out once. If we don't take the opportunity to opt out, we can never go back. I suggest the board take a pause, look at what happens in other communities. We're trying to create a family-friendly downtown and town-wide environment here, and you can always change your mind if, on balance, you find it's a better decision. So thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dawn. Okay, I think we're going to break it up and do one Zoom, and then we'll go back to someone else just to break it up. Mike, Chip, can you bring someone?
Clear all the Zooms as far as I'm concerned, Yvette.
Oh, yeah? Okay.
Absolutely.
Okay, we have two. Ah, recognize the symbol.
Now let me get myself there. Hi, John McAuliffe, and frankly, I had not intended to speak in this section because I'm more interested in the later discussion of the whole drag racing situation. But I did want to say, I have ambivalence, as I suspect a lot of people do. In my mind, there's a distinction between sales and on-site consumption. But mostly, I think this is an issue that people in the town as a whole need to decide. And therefore, I would go for the opt-out so that it comes to a referendum in November and we really can get a sense. I agree with the hesitation about the online poll, also about the hesitation who happens to show up at a meeting. So I think it's a fundamental enough question about the character of the town, how it relates to the other towns on the East End and what they're doing. So that let's do the opt-out now and then have a serious community discussion with a lot of expert help and trying to minimize the politics that are associated with it, and then have a vote in November. Thank you.
That's it?
That's it.
That's short for you. Bob. it
I
must
told
be
you I'm
past your
saving it
bedtime.
for later.
Told you he'd be back.
Okay, so we have one more, correct?
Apparently we have a raised hand, so I
Okay, so,
guess I'm gonna say it's with us. Mitchell Hagler. I think he might have left. It's not working. Okay, so that's it for now.
that's it?
It's, I think he's gone, actually.
Okay, so, you want to come up next?
The only thing when I hear all the talking, I just can't help but think of how Prohibition went many years ago. If we made alcohol illegal,
You need to introduce yourself, sir.
I'm sorry, I'm Robert Schilling.
I'm sorry, reintroduce, because people might not
No problem, no problem. I'm
have
Robert
been on
Schilling.
television.
I live
so-
in Riverhead, have for over 40 years.
And your name?
Robert Schilling.
Okay, Mr. Schulman.
I just want to bring up, listening to this, I can't help but think about Prohibition and how well that didn't work. If we made alcohol illegal today, would that prevent our problems? Or was it smarter to legalize it and regulate it and educate people about it? So I just can't help but think the same thing applies to this as well. And again, the more we drive it underground, the more underground activity there is, I think the more problems that brings to the consumers and the people of Riverhead, who again, you know, these laws are not going to stop or make somebody do it. They're either going to do it or they're not. But I truly believe we need to think about those kind of reflections on what has happened in the past and what we can learn from it for the future. That's all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Go home and eat dinner.
Okay.
Take me. Good evening, Mike Foley, Reeves Park, and I'm speaking on my own behalf. I was curious, as you were, Ken, as to see exactly what we were going to get out of tonight. I disagree with you. I don't think we got a whole lot out of tonight, except some more wrong information, some reefer madness statements about marijuana that started in the mid-'30s and has continued for 80 years to the detriment of 700,000 opioid deaths and the benefit of the pharmaceuticals that cons this country. And this country clearly is a lot easier being conned now than it ever has been before. We've been gaslighted for the last 4 or 5 years, and it impacts everything that we do in life. I just want to say, we're all Americans here. And no matter what we agree on tonight, let's just understand that anything can be undone. But let's get some facts before we do anything else. You know, I think her name was Tracy, said that there were all sorts of detriments to marijuana. And another person that read from a laptop about opting out talked about Harvard. I'll just quote Dr. Peter Grinspoon of Harvard, who said, "Marijuana is said to be a fantastic muscle relaxant. People swear by its ability to lessen tremors and Parkinson's disease. I've also heard of its use quite successfully in fibromyalgia, endometriosis, intestinal cystitis, and most other conditions where the final common pathway is chronic pain. Marijuana is also used to manage nausea and weight loss for cancer patients and can be used to treat glaucoma, a highly promising area of research in its use for PTSD in veterans who are returning home from combat zones." And Yvette, I know this has nothing to do about medical marijuana, but I thought with all of the misinformation that was brought to this microphone tonight, I wanted to set the record straight on the facts, that in fact marijuana has many benefits. Not one or two, many. Give me one benefit of alcohol. We talked about where this town was going. Well, we spent some money on a town square proposal. We've had empty storefronts in circulation here for 60 years. I've spent 67 summers in Long Island, and in Reeves Park, and I've been a resident here since 2018. I also have a medical marijuana card from Columbia. So I can tell you that they have a good product, it is safe, it is expensive, and there's no question the numbers will come down with legalization. But what we're talking about here of opting out is basically we're going to give everybody else a chance to get ahead of us. We're going to see what everybody else does with this, And then we're going to decide, yeah, this is a good deal, let's go in. It'll be too late. It'll be too late to go in because everybody else will have found their other location. We're spending money on a town square. We have empty storefronts. We have Long Island Vodka. We have the Cider House. We have every microbrewery and vineyard that any location that wants to be known as an adult responsible destination for the for adult indulgences we have in this town. The only thing that we need is a town board that sees the benefit of this and sees a tremendous opportunity to, at the same time that we are converging a town square with a comprehensive plan and legal recreational marijuana, to have a confluence of those events, reimagine the town of Riverhead. The people here that are worried about people getting high and walking around like zombies, I gotta tell you, after that normal guy talked, you might have a point, because he was all over the place. He probably beat it up before he got on the microphone. I've been smoking since I'm 17. I'm not proud of it, but between my sophomore and junior years in Long Island, I had my first marijuana. So, for the last 50 years, I have been indulging in something that should have been legal, but wasn't. I did it at home. I never did it driving, ever did it driving, and would not do it now. That's why I talk about being responsible when you're talking about indulging in these adult substances. But as a guy that did it recreationally, I was also an elected representative for the CWA Local 1101 that covered 12,000 telephone company workers in Manhattan and the Bronx. In my advancement in elected union office, I became the coordinator of the Southern Manhattan Employee Assistance Program, which put people in rehabilitations that had problems. I put 127 members in 214 times. So they don't always take on the first time. Not one of them was marijuana related. These stories, these nightmares that I heard about people that are losing their lives driving the opposite way on the Long Island Expressway, not one of those were marijuana. Not one. They were alcohol. They were oxycodone. There were things that were not marijuana. So to come in at this time, when the state has made recreational marijuana legal, that dance has already been danced. It's done. What are we going to do as a town to reimagine our future? That's what you guys are up there for, to make that determination. If you make the right one, I believe we can make downtown Riverhead a year-round destination place. Not for zombies walking around, but for people enjoying adult indulgences and spending their money all over this town. You talk about, there was somebody here mentioned about $120,000 in tax revenue. I think that is a gross underestimate on what it's going to come to. But what it will come to is things that we can imagine as a community benefit to better this town. How about surveillance cameras? I'm all about a First Amendment guy, but you know something, it would be awful nice if when you walk downtown Main Street at night, you were being monitored, you were being videoed. So that would be a deterrent from any crime 24/7. We could get that out of the marijuana taxes derived from it. So there are things that we could do to reimagine this. But we had 1,400 people, 70% said that they wanted this to happen. Now it's a matter of having a town board that represents the majority of the voters to go in conjunction with what they're saying. Now, I'm not saying you can't take a stand on something. Every person here has their own sense of ethics and morals, and I respect it all. But when you hear 70% of the people want this, and you see where we are going in the future, the slate is open. We have an ability now to put all of those things together into one cohesive package. I don't want marijuana everywhere. I want it on Main Street. I want it restricted on Main Street for the first 3 years that we can sunset. I want to drive traffic into Main Street. And after 3 years, if it's just crazy and you need to put it in other areas, put it in other areas. I know one thing. If you put a couple of marijuana stores in there and a couple of cafes in there, they will not go out of business. They'll be some of your most profitable centers. They'll generate enough sales tax to this town that doesn't talk about the marijuana surcharge and taxes that you guys will get. And every other store that people pop in on to make a sale. This is what the town square can be. We want kids in there, but we don't want only kids in there. We want people in that town that are going to come and are going to spend their money. And this gives us the opportunity to do that. So I urge you, listen to the people that have already told you what they want to do. Yvette, I've heard you a couple of times in the last couple of months. Put it in an industrial area. I heard you say that. That's not going to help this town. That's going to put people away from this town. If you want to make it help this town, it's got to be where you want the growth to be. I stood next to you on a town square conference at the retirement center a year and a half ago. We talked about the size of buildings. We talked about how we were going to be able to build this town square. I was right next to you. We had a real conversation about that. I'm telling you right now, you have to look at this. Put some of the biases that you might have as a former law enforcement officer on the side, and just let's take a look at what the future can be if we do this the right way. And the only right way to do this is to incorporate the recreational legal use of marijuana in a town that has every other adult indulgence at its disposal. Why would you, keep this out? All you're doing is giving the competition a chance. Pat York, Greenport have all surpassed everything we did. Live on 25, great idea. We got it from Pat York. Good idea. Let the town square of Riverhead be the prototype for towns in Long Island to say, if we do it that way, they'll come to us too. Thank you.
Good, thank you for your comment. Who's next? Anybody else?
But Mike, my public hearing gave you a forum.
That's right. Even
Ken,
though-
that's good and that's bad. I would have preferred to have no forum, to have a 70% majority in a poll, tell the town board, this is the way we want to go, let's go that way and see what happens.
Okay.
That's what I'd like to have seen. It didn't happen, but here we are at 9:25. The Islanders are probably in their second period of Game 2 of the Stanley Cup semifinals, and I've got two more things to say publicly.
You and John McAuliffe both.
I hope you don't put me in that,
Okay, anyone else? Anyone else? That's it? We're closing it?
Grace says close it.
Okay, Grace says close it? All right, we're now gonna close the public section of this hearing. We're gonna leave it open for written comments for 10 days until 4:30 PM on June 25th, 2020 at the town clerk's office. This concludes the public hearing portion of our meeting today. So now we're gonna move on to public comments on the resolutions. Does anyone from the audience would like to be heard on the resolutions before us?
Good evening, Mike Foley, Reeves Park, speaking on behalf of Sound Park Heights on Resolution 405, which has to do with allowing hotels to have permits, beach permits issued. At the public hearing a couple of weeks ago, we had a good discussion on this, and at the time, we were talking about the possibility of, rather than opening up these hotel permits to all town beaches, that we restrict them to the two beaches that have the largest parking capacity, Iron Pier and Jamesport. We have three other beaches that are still up for eligibility for these day passes to come. All of them have less than 40 spots in their parking lots. So I would just ask if it would be possible for you to take a look at that. 2 weeks ago, Ray Coyne was good enough to actually come up with some data that there were only 30 day passes for the season. That just tells me the hotels are not doing a good job on marketing their hotels. They should certainly be giving access to the beach as part of their marketing. But be that as it may, this resolution is up right now the way it is. I would ask that at some point in time that you reconsider the wording on it to exclude the small beaches. Was there ever any conversation about that?
We just started a beach committee, and I asked Tim Hubbard to chair it. He's agreed, and he's in the process of starting the committee. Tim, did you want to speak about it?
Riverhead Local did an article on it over the weekend it came out, and I have 25 people that have contacted me that are interested in being on the committee. Obviously, I'm not taking 25 people on a committee because that's too many chefs in the kitchen. But I would like to keep probably 2 from each beach area. I would like to have 2 from the Wading River Town Beach, 2 from the Jamesport Town Beach, 2 from Iron Pier, 2 from Reeves Beach, and then there's one guy that applied that works with all the beaches in his capacity, and he's a member of the Long Island, Montauk Surf Casting Club, and he does litter pickups and all these different things on all the different beaches. So I figure I would have 8 people plus him as kind of a governor of all the beaches, if you will. And so I have to weed it down to the 9 people, and they'll be hearing from me shortly.
Thanks, Tim. Thank you, Yvette.
And that will be a topic, Mike, that we're certainly.
And Mike, we have talked several times, and I think the conversation will continue, because some of the, I mean, the issue is, with you guys, it's parking. You have smaller parking lots, and yet 2 of the beaches can accommodate more. So that is definitely something that we are looking at.
And listen, I mean, the non-resident passes is still subject to yearly review. We haven't eliminated non-resident day passes and seasonal passes yet. I'd ask you to strongly reconsider that for next year, but that's in another year. Thank you very much.
Okay.
Thanks, Mike.
Those are all discussions we're having.
Okay, let's go.
Takwi Church in Calverton. I'm speaking personally, not for the Civic. I'm looking at 2 of the resolutions tonight, number 397 and number 420. And they both deal with outside commercial real estate appraisers. The question is, do we have any qualified commercial real estate appraisers in our assessor's office?
Do we? No, not appraisers.
They said they wouldn't do appraisals.
And I think it would conflict because they work for the town.
Well, I thought, okay.
Well, with respect
But
to,
you're
with
hiring
respect
them
to
for
Resolution
town.
397, that's, you know, a tax cert matter, and you would always want to have a certified appraiser or an appraiser who's going to be able to testify in the court of law as opposed to the assessor whose assessment's being challenged.
Is that the case with 397?
397 is to.
It's being
prepare-
challenged?
There's a tax cert case
Okay.
that's been brought, and this is to hire an appraiser in order to refute. the
Challenge
petition.
that assessed
Correct.
value, oh, okay. And then 420, what's the case for that one? Sorry, there was a lot to read tonight, and there's no way I got to that one. I just saw while I was sitting in the audience, and it occurred to me to ask about it.
Again, for that one, we don't have anybody that felt comfortable that they were qualified enough to do what we need them to do.
Well, that would be, okay, so that's my question. May I also ask, what is that? It's 565 through 605 Old Country Road. Is that also a tax challenge?
That's the old Kmart building that we are looking into as a possible new town hall
Okay.
facility.
Okay, so you don't have anyone qualified in the assessor's office to be a real New York State certified commercial real estate appraiser?
Correct.
Okay, so I'm just going to put a promo in here for education for our folks who work for the town. It would seem that it would be money well spent to educate and elevate the skill sets of the folks that we have already on staff. I realize these are 2 smaller pieces. I can't imagine that this doesn't happen once in a while. Obviously, tax challenges, you can't go with that, as our town attorney just explained, but it would be nice to elevate our skill set, and I want to put in for educating our staff. So that's my piece. Thank you very much.
I think the point is to have an independent person do it,
Exactly.
right? Not somebody
That's
that
right.
works for the town, right?
Right.
In the court case, the reason why we're utilizing that firm, that's 397, is because it's the assessor's work that's being challenged by
Yeah,
the
we
petitioners,
understand that
and therefore we want an expert who's going to.
But even the Kmart case,
Yeah, it's a
you
little
have to
different
have
scenario,
somebody
yeah.
who's independent, has no basis for prejudice, for one way or the other.
The Kmart's a very site-specific and fact-specific type of facts, and that's the reason why we're utilizing outside, and yes, you want somebody independent who's
Okay.
going to be able to
Thank
provide us the independent review to determine if we're on the right path.
Oh, okay, so I just have two quick follow-ups. Do you have an idea of what ballpark you're looking to spend at 420?
What we're looking to spend?
Yeah, you're looking for bids, so.
A dollar. I mean, honestly.
You get what you pay for,
But it's
but,
gonna be
you
what
know.
the market says, and that's
Or-
part of why
yeah.
we're hiring this person, to find out if what they're offering us might be an acceptable, whether it's good, bad, or indifferent.
Right. I'm
That's
just
why we
wondering,
wanna make
before you go to
sure.
buy and you send out a bid, you usually have a general ballpark on what you are looking to spend. So I'm looking to get that from you. If you don't have that, okay.
I wouldn't
I
give
don't
that
think
out
we
now because
shouldn't
we're in
give her-
negotiations,
Yeah.
or possibly gonna be in negotiations, and you wouldn't wanna give that out to a competitor.
Yeah,
That would be
doesn't really-
foolish on
Yeah.
our part.
Also mislead a bit.
Point taken, point taken. This is not the only time that you've paid for outside appraisals, I would imagine, and it's not always because of, my follow-up is, that if you use outside real estate appraisers for other reasons besides tax challenges.
Correct.
And for what you're saying number 420 is, so I would still like to see the elevation of our staff as New York State certified appraisers in our assessor's office. Think that's a money well spent and an incentive to our staff to up their game. Thank you.
Anyone else? We're done. Jim?
Nobody online, they all went to sleep?
Yeah, they're knocked out.
We're watching the Mets win, hopefully.
All right, moving forward, Diane, can you please call the resolutions?
Resolution 39050.
Hold on.
Okay. Riverhead Sewer District budget adjustment, so moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 394.
Appoint seasonal park attendants to the Recreation Department. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre. Yes. Resolution adopted. Resolution 395.
Approves an agreement between Town of Riverhead and Winship Media LLC, 2021 Jazz in the Vines.
Vote,
Eight-
please.
8/21/2021
I'm trying to rush
and
it.
8/28/2021. So moved.
Seconded.
Sorry. Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 396.
Approved special event, Chapter 255, application for Halleckville Museum Farm Country Fair. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 397.
Amends Resolution 2019-296 and approves payment of increased fee of $6,500 to Cushman & Wakefield for trial-ready appraisal in certiorari?
Certiorari.
Yeah, that too.
That's
By Loudis of Calverton LLC. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 398.
Publication and posting of notice to amend CDBG 2019 budget. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 399.
Parking lot improvement, round 16, capital project number 52107, budget adoption. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes, is Dawn here?
Yes.
Dawn, this is talking about the CARES Act? This is, 398,
I don't have
$75,000 in round 3 funding?
Yes, so that's the budget adjustment on our Round 3 CARES Act CDBG.
Okay, it does not from the
Yes,
other
it's-
fund.
yes.
That's why, okay,
Yes,
got
it's-
it,
It's the additional COVID money, but it's a budget adjustment, and they,
got it.
Resolution 399 is adopted. Resolution 400.
Ratify the acceptance of a donation from Riverhead Building Supply for the Anti-Litter Committee cleanup. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Dayrod.
Thank you, RBS. Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 401.
Accepts the retirement of a detective. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Kent,
I'd like to say a little bit. This is Evelyn Hobson. Evelyn Hobson is retiring from our police force after 28 years serving our town. Evelyn was a trailblazer on many levels. She was the first African-American female to be sworn into the Riverhead Police Department. She then worked her way through the ranks and also became the first female and first African-American to be appointed to the rank of detective. She worked to push boundaries and help our community, especially youth. As a JAB detective, she treated each juvenile as an individual. She was dedicated to mentoring youth and did so through the Go Girls and Youth Court. She also partnered with the Suffolk County Probation Department to educate middle school students about gangs, gang activity, and the harm they cause. Evelyn is a lifelong resident of our town who has worked hard and served us well, and I wish her well. Yes.
Hubbard,
I wish Evelyn nothing but the best in her retirement. I worked with her for many years. I enjoyed working with her, and good luck to you, Ev, and you'll enjoy it once you're out of there. Yes, sorry, yes.
Aguirre,
Yes.
resolution adopted. Resolution 402,
Ratifies and accepts the retirement of a police officer. So moved.
Seconded.
Yes. Move. Vote.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Move, vote.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Kent,
And this is for Drew Groneman. Drew recently retired from our police department after 32 years on the force. He started in February of 1989. Drew served as a patrolman, a member of the bike patrol, and a member of our dive team. Drew grew up in our town, and he is well respected for all. You know how much he cares about our town if you start to talk to Drew about issues. I certainly wish him well in his retirement, and I vote yes.
Hubbard,
Drew was always the little kid in the neighborhood, and I know I'm getting old because, I mean, he was way younger than me, and here he is retiring already after 32 years. Drew, nothing but the best to you. Enjoy it, and I'm getting low on firewood, so give me a holler. Yes.
He does embroidery too, I forgot to mention.
Aguirre,
Yes, best of luck.
resolution adopted. Resolution 403,
Authorizes the selling of the 2021 daily boat launch permit by Warren's Tackle Center. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Kent,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 404,
Adopts local law amending Chapter 217, Article 5 of the Riverhead Town Code. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
I just want to say, I want to just commend the work on behalf of our code committee, along with my fellow councilman, Mr. Hubbard, and just that this is something that was needed for a long time, and
Yes.
it's excellent that now we're finally getting up to the New York State standards. So I commend everybody that's working on that committee, along with our town attorneys and especially our code division. And so this is a great step, getting us organized with the state, so I vote yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Kent,
I'm also very glad to get this done. We started this work in March, and glad to see it to fruition. As Ken stated, this tightens up our housing code and aligns it more with the state code. It will streamline the process for our code enforcement officers and allow us to enforce stricter fines against landlords. I vote yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes, finally, after 3 years, we got it done. This was an issue 3-4 years ago, and I'm happy to see this. It's going to help us with overcrowding housing.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 405,
Adopts local law amending Chapter 211 of the Riverhead Town Code and authorizing issuance of town beach parking permits for hotels and motels. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrock,
Yes.
Kent,
Yes, and I did ask a lot of questions about this because I have been concerned about, some of our beaches are kind of crowded, and especially, when during quarantine and such, everyone was coming out here from the city. But our rec person, Ray Coyne, has assured me that it's really just some of the smaller hotels and in the area that use it, and that they aren't really used that much. So I vote yes.
Hubbard,
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 406.
Ratifies the approval of fireworks permit application for Baiting Hollow Club, Saturday, June 12, 2021. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
I certainly can hear the fireworks from my house.
Likewise.
They're usually amazing fireworks. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
This date passed, so are we?
Ratifying.
Oh, we're ratifying it, okay. Yes.
Okay. Resolution adopted. Resolution 407.
Approves fireworks permit application for Riverhead BID Management Thursday, July 1st, 2021. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Very excited because it's always really great. This is the fireworks, I think, after Alive on 25. I hope everyone comes down because it's always beautiful to attend Alive on 25 and then watch the fireworks by the river. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
It's our first one this year, and you're
Yes, it
absolutely
is.
correct. So pray for good weather, and I vote yes.
Aguirre.
So excited. I couldn't be any happier, and I vote yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 408.
Approves fireworks permit application for the Riverhead Raceway on July 3rd and also August 14, 2021. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Absolutely yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 409.
Appoints call-in recreation staff. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 410.
Authorizes funding application to New York State for Consolidated Funding Application, CFA 2021. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 411.
Resolution authorizing nunc-pro-tunc legal actions against the owners, tenants, occupants, and mortgagee of premises located at 228 Overlook Drive, Riverhead, New York. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 412.
Appoints an electrical inspector. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Welcome aboard. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 413.
Approves execution of an indemnity agreement with Coastal Contracting Corp. as contractor under New York State DOT drainage improvement at Main Street, New York Route 25, at Suffolk Theater Project, project number 0801.04, to allow for drainage upgrades and improvement on town of Riverhead property. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
I know.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 414.
Appoints a part-time account clerk. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Welcome aboard to Laura Baker Roberts. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 415.
Authorizes town clerk to post and publish notice of public hearing for Chernoff Professional Office, 331 Main Road, Aquabog, New York, Suffolk County, tax map numbers 600-85-3-8 and 600-85-3-12.7. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes to the public hearing.
I'm sorry, Hubbard.
Yes.
Oh, I'm
Aguirre.
sorry, Hubbard.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 416.
Accepts the resignation of a part-time police officer. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 417.
Appoints a minibus driver to the seniors program. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Welcome to Paulette Widener. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 418.
Appoints a part-time maintenance mechanic 2 to the senior programs. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
And welcome to Patrick Foley. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 419.
Amends Town Board Resolution 2021-201 to increase the adopted budget ratifies authorization of the additional funds under the amended and increased budget of the foregoing made in connection with improvements to the Park District. So moved.
And seconded.
Say that again?
I think it's past your bedtime.
I'm not sure this was written properly.
Yeah, I'm not sure either.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 420.
Yeah, but it's-
Authorization to publish advertisement for a bid for New York State licensed commercial real estate broker, commercial real estate appraiser, commercial real estate financing consultant regarding real property located at 565-605 Old Country Road, Riverhead, New York, 11901, Suffolk County Tax Map Number 600-109-1-19.006. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 421.
Authorizes supervisor to execute a stipulation with Local 1000, AFS CME, AFL CIO, Riverhead Unit of the Suffolk Local 3852. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 422.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a contract agreement between the town of Riverhead and Constance Manette, Court Reporter Services. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 423.
Authorizes the supervisor to execute a contract agreement between the town of Riverhead and Wayne Galante Court Reporter Services. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
It's Galante.
It's good.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 424.
Authorizes town clerk to publish and post a notice for public hearing for a local law to consider amendments to Chapter 289 entitled Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking Regulations of the Riverhead Town Code, Forge Road, a.k.a. Dam Road. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 425.
Extends bid for annual construction contract. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 426.
Extends bid for annual procurement contract. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 427.
Authorizes the town clerk to publish and post a notice to bidders for bid for well and pump testing, evaluation, reporting, and information management. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 428.
Awards RFP for audit services of the Community Preservation Fund for the town of Riverhead. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 429.
Appoints a provisional senior water treatment plant operator, type 2B. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Congrats to Honor Wolf Pratt. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 430.
Appoints a provisional senior water treatment plant operator, type 2B. So moved.
Second.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
And congrats to Jason Hubbard. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
I'm going to abstain, or I'm going to recuse myself, because if you notice, the last name is the same as mine. He is probably a cousin 4 times removed, but just in the look of transparency, I'm going to recuse myself.
Aguirre.
Trying to,
He's related to you, too.
It's a small town sometimes.
yeah, right. So this is an appointment, I thought they were removing the 2B operator at one time.
No, they have to have it. If
I thought they
somebody-
have to, at least
Yeah,
two.
they have to, right.
But I thought at one time, wasn't it presented to us that they wanted to change the structure?
They lost one because of the retirement,
Right,
and then they needed 2, because if the one guy is off, they
Right,
need
yes.
somebody else on. with a license there to do it,
Right,
so.
you definitely need two, that ain't
Yeah.
a minimum. Who's the third?
Well, the first one would be the department head,
Okay,
who would cover,
okay, so we have enough coverage.
yes.
That's critical. I think sewer was doing the same thing. They were gonna restructure.
Correct.
Okay. All right, we'll have to watch
vote
that. Yes, I'll vote yes.
Oh, yes, okay.
We definitely need that. That's critical.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 431.
Secret determination regarding application for Suffolk County Downtown Revitalization Funds, Round 19. So moved.
Seconded,
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
And I am pleased about this. This is moving towards improving our electrical system over at the Grangeville Park, which is something we've been talking about. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yeah, I'm tired of getting shocked down there, so yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 432.
Supports, endorses, and authorizes pursuit of Suffolk County Downtown Revitalization Round 19 funding. So moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
And this is a great thing that we've been talking about through our downtown revitalization, improving our alleyways. This is putting artistic lighting in one of the alleys from Main Street to the Front Street parking, which is great for aesthetics and safety. I vote yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 433.
Approves increase in wastewater district superintendent salary, so moved.
Seconded?
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 434.
Approves increase in assistant wastewater district superintendent's salary. So moved.
Second.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. Resolution 435.
Pays the bills. So moved.
Seconded,
No, maybe next year you don't have to discuss
Rothwell.
anything.
yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution adopted. I think this one is to
We're
be
gonna untable it.
untabled. Okay, right. Resolution 343 to untable.
Sure. Adopts a local law to amend Chapter 289 entitled Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking Regulations of the Code of the Town of Riverhead, Parking by Permit, Central Avenue and Oak Street in Wading River. So I'm moving to come off the floor.
Make motion to untable.
Motion to on table, please.
And you need a second.
Second it.
Okay. So let's take a vote on it.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution 343 is untabled. And we'll call it-
343, read it again.
So adopts a local law to amend Chapter 289 entitled Vehicles, Traffic, and Parking Regulations of the Code of the Town of Riverhead, Parking by Permit, Central Avenue and Oak Street in Wading River. So moved.
Seconded.
Vote, please.
Rothwell.
Yes.
Bayrock.
Yes.
Kent.
Yes.
Hubbard.
Yes.
Aguirre.
Yes.
Resolution 343 is adopted.
That's it.
Wasn't there three from the floor?
No.
Others?
No,
They changed it.
that changed. That took it to, oh my.
Okay.
Okay. So at this point, we're going to open it up to public comments on any other matter. Devin, is there anyone in the meeting room?
Yes, we have John McAuliffe in
Okay.
the Zoom room. Mr. McAuliffe, we can't hear you.
God bless.
You did it before. You can do it.
It just takes a minute sometimes.
All right.
There we go.
Sorry. Great, thank you. So I apologize, it's a late hour and everybody's been working very hard. This is an issue that I've written to you about a couple of times, but I think it needs to be addressed before you leave tonight, which has to do with the problem that the Racetrack Knott Street operation is created for us. you may recall, or people watching may recall, that Mr. Scalzo applied originally for 1,356 total per day. 1,100 of those were spectators. And then you actually cut that down in the agreement. Your actual text said, "Lessee will limit the number of tickets sold to the public, spectators and racers to 1,100 tickets for each date of the event." Now, last week, I've been looking at the Facebook page that they have, and I think people from the police department, and you guys ought to be looking at it too, but last week, a notice suddenly appeared which said, "Our large event permit allows us to go to 4,000 people, which includes 250 to 300 racers per event. And then, so please know, we will do everything possible to accommodate all that we can." I spoke to a board member on the side of the work session, and he said that this was being taken care of, but then yesterday on the Facebook page, there was another notice. "We're going to only put out a certain amount for Riverhead residents." Some people on their Facebook page are concerned that Riverhead's going to take too many tickets, but "we are going to only put out a certain amount for Riverhead residents, and our event permit allows us to host up to 4,000 people at each of our 8 events. We are also going to pre-sell a certain amount of tickets and have tickets available at the gate for each event." I emphasize that last because it seems to me that that's also inviting a problem if tickets aren't limited to a pre-event basis. At any rate, the question that I have, several of them, one is, on what basis has he done this? Do you think he misunderstands or misinterprets what his category of permit means? Did somebody from the board or someone from the staff lead him to believe he has an open window to 4,000? Was he taking advantage of you or of us? And what's going to be done about it? Also related to the last point, can you require only pre-event ticketing, none on the site, and should you? So that's what I think the history is, and I think if the supervisor, Mr. Rothwell, who's been their principal liaison and sponsor, if you guys can make some public statement now that they can't waffle around, that would be great. If not, I think you need to get it done, because they're going to start selling tickets next week, if I'm reading their Facebook page correctly. And once they start selling tickets, you really don't have any control.
John, I think that how many people are showing up there at the gate is a concern. I think the police chief brought that concern up to us as well, as far as how are you going to control that. Bob, as far as them talking about the 4,000, can you address that?
Well, I think what he's talking about is what his approval allowed him as far as a range. As you know, under our code, which we spent a lot of time talking about, 255, the small gathering is up to 1,000 people. The large gathering is from 1,000 to 4,000, and the massive is 4,000 and above. So
But Bob, that's not what you permitted. You permitted a much smaller number. All that has to do with is the kind of application that's made, not how many you've permitted to be there.
That's not what I said, Mr. McAuliffe. I said that's what the statute says. His application put forth an estimate of how many he believed would be there, and that is what the town board approved, the application that was before us. So his 255 approval was based upon what he provided to the town board. I have not had in-depth conversations with him. I know that he's meeting with the chief and the fire marshal Friday, I believe, to talk about planning. I did have some discussions with him about limitation of the number of people attending. I think it's important that the events go off without a hitch. I have not had a chance to talk to the board about limiting ticket sales to pre-event. in allowing people to come to the property. I do know that with respect to the other event, Scramble, they are sold out, and I did have an exchange with him indicating that it would be important for both of us to make sure that we're making it clear that only people who have tickets will be allowed to show up that day, and nobody should show up just to, with hopes of entry. So that's something that I agree with you. We want to make sure that whatever the traffic flows are, whatever the security plan is, and whatever the safety plans are, they're going to work. It's important.
Will you hold him to what he was permitted to do?
Well, I think it said estimated, if I want to be exact. Correct. It didn't say capped. I think it said estimate. Correct?
No, your permit had a specific cap on it. The permit that you issued had a specific number on it.
You're talking about the agreement or the...
The agreement, yes, the agreement. The agreement that was the permit. It's...
Yes, I understand.
Instead of going back on what's on the website, what they sold.
So can I just say, Mr. Rocco, that it is a work in progress.
Yeah.
I spoke to Mr. Scalzo myself today. He wants to make sure that this runs problem-free. He already has a pre-scheduled meeting with our police chief on Friday, as well as with our fire marshal. He has agreed to listen and follow their directions, so they will determine in terms of if it is a range between 1,000 and 4,000. He's going to have a conversation with them and to abide by their recommendations. I believe it actually it was shown as an estimate of, I think, about 1,360. And so we also did talk at length about ticket sales, certainly on the first weekend, and he said he will abide by all of our requests. But on the first weekend, opening day, tickets will not be available at the gate so that he can monitor. So all tickets for the first weekend certainly will be purchased only online, so that there's not an expectation, because it's too hard to judge when you're having an event such as this, how many people may arrive with the expectation that they feel that they can purchase tickets at the gate and they'll be turned away, which could cause traffic problems. So Mr. Scalzo has agreed that on the first weekend, certainly, and he'll follow our directions. If we feel it needs to go further, he's going to take advice from the chief of police as well as the fire marshal to run and operate this event in a safe manner. But certainly during the first weekend, where there's going to be the highest of interest perhaps, tickets will not be available at the gate.
And certainly, a lot of these things I feel should have been worked out ahead of time, but, if we are limiting, which I think is certainly the best idea, that you have to purchase the tickets ahead of time, we have to be assured that that word gets out, because, as you stated, if you have a lot of people showing up, that actually could cause a huge traffic problem as well.
We always can stop it on a moment's notice if it's not what we agreed to. And John, you ever heard the saying that don't believe everything you hear on Google or read on Google? Facebook's 10 times worse.
Yeah.
It's like a bunch of middle school
but
kids out there.
this is not a commenter. I can frighten you by reading to you the comments that people have made.
I've read it, John.
This is not a comment. This is the official promotion. And my question is, what does the document mean that you issued saying a specific number? That was what was voted on. That was what the people of the town thought you were agreeing to, and suddenly that number's gotten very lofty.
The number that's in the contract is the number that we agreed to.
The number in the contract, which is 11.
If that number is not adhered to, or if he wants to go more than that number,
That's his problem.
he's not going to have the event.
Okay, great. That's super, Tim. I think
I
that's
said that right from day one.
That's right.
right.
Number says on the application has to...
All right, anyone else?
Mike Foley, Supervisor.
He went home and got it.
He went home, is he calling back to say goodnight?
Yeah. Is he having milk and
We
cookies?
better have a little hat on with a little tassel hanging to the side.
Yeah, little.
That's not really fair, Mike.
Mike Foley, Reeves Park, the multimedia mogul. Let me start off by saying
Let me start off by saying I admire the town board, Diane and Bob's bladder control. Really amazing. We're on hour 5 and you still see that. So, I'm speaking right now on behalf of the RMPC, and my topic is the comprehensive plan. There has been little, if any, updates since the April 12th update that was put on the website. I believe Jefferson is handling that stuff. And I have 4 questions, and I'm not going to get into a back and forth with you guys. I know it's late. But I am curious to hear your responses. The contract with AKRF should have been amended a long time ago. It has still not been amended. I'm anxious to find out when that's going to happen, because it really triggers other events in getting this comprehensive plan to fruition. And until we have that, until we see where their commitment dates are, we really don't know how far behind the eight ball we are. The Central Advisory Committee was formed. To my knowledge, there has been no meeting for the last 4 months. On the outreach guideline that AKR printed and is on the town website, they envisioned monthly meetings. Now, I know there might not be a lot going on from the AKRF standpoint, but maybe the people in the CAC have something to say and can put out some things for the AKRF's consideration and to give us some indication on a community basis on when we are going to be involved. The online survey, I hear it's close. Obviously, close is not operational, and I'm hopeful. Now that we're in the summer months, we have seasonal people here that can contribute to this on a community outreach basis, that we get really hot on getting this thing going this summer, so that we've got a good idea from all of the habits on where we stand. We will have met with AKRF. They are supposed to have outreach people. I know Jefferson has taken a lot of stuff on, and certainly I'd be anxious to hear what Jefferson has to say about this. And, I appreciate the job that Jefferson's doing. It's a small town. We don't have a whole lot of people on the planning board, and he seems to be dedicating an awful lot of time to this very important contract. So we should have AKRF involved here. We should have them involved at the Central Advisory level, and certainly we should have some interaction with them as a community. I thank you for your time.
All right, Jeff, did you want to?
I'll take one question out of sequence, and then I'll let Jefferson handle the other. The contract amendment went from Jefferson to me mid-May, and every 4 hours I spend sitting here, not able to work on the contract, is 4 hours it gets delayed in getting redone. So that's part of the problem. But I promise that I will take a look at it and work with Jefferson to get it in shape so that we can bring it back to the town board and get their agreement on the format of it. With that said, I'll turn it over to Jefferson.
Just to give everybody a sneak preview what the contract amendment is going to say, is one of the dates, obviously, it changed quite a bit. Second thing is the way we're going to communicate with the community. I can tell you how comp plans have been done in the past. I've conducted many community group meetings regarding hamlet studies and amendments to comprehensive plans. I've lost count, probably 20 of them in my career. I won't say how many years that is. But typically, you go to the community group, the community meeting, and you bring a series of maps with you. You do breakout groups. The community gets around. They put Post-it notes on it. They put dots, what they like, what they don't like, and the community says what it wants and what it doesn't want. And the consultant and the planners say, "Thank you very much," and then we go and disappear and do our job, and then we come back with a recommendation for the community and the governing council. What we're proposing is going to be way more ambitious than that. And I'm going to give credit to Don Thomas and Barry Long for it. We can do the same thing online to a much broader presence of the community as a whole. We're going to be doing those maps online. They're going to be interactive maps for each of the hamlets, so that it's not going to be one meeting and we go and disappear and then come back again. We're going to post those maps. You can post dots on it. You can post comments on it. You can offer comments on it. And we're going to keep that up for about at least 2 months, maybe even longer. so that the community has the opportunity to provide feedback. If you go to one community meeting face-to-face, yes, face-to-face is very, very important, and we're going to certainly do that. But to give people time to digest this, to have their community meetings, the civic associations can meet, talk about it together, they can meet with their various organizations, and then formulate responses online, and not have to be worried about that they get one chance at it. So that's just our initial blush with the contract amendment. There's going to be a slight proposed fee increase, very small. Thank you, Jeff Murphy, for knocking the price down from this down to this. But it's well worth it, because we're going to provide for a lot more opportunity for public input. So once Bob takes a look at it and he agrees to all of Jeff Murphy's recommendations, he's not acknowledging me.
He's ignoring you.
I'm listening. I
Secret
can do two things at once.
We hope to have this back on your next town board agenda for your review and approval. With regard to the CAC meetings, we had 2 meetings back. The last one was in, I believe, February, and we keep delaying the third one because the sequence is supposed to be the CAC meetings, go out to the community meetings, have the breakout group meetings. Remember, there's 5 of the breakout community meetings. You got the Route 58, you got farmland preservation, environmental, housing. I think there's a 5th one, I've lost track, given the hour. Once we had those meetings, we were going to go back to the CAC with, this is what our summary of our findings from what the community has said in its initial round of comments. Once we get the contract amended and we post the online survey, we're going to go out to the community. We'll either do it in July or August. But that does not preclude comments back to us. We've already heard from Wading River. I went to their Civic Association meeting with Sid Bale. I went out to the Jamesport Civic Association meeting prior to that. That was a Saturday morning meeting. And then in July, Mike, if you're still there, Mike was nice enough to invite me out to Reeves Park. I've never been there, so they're going to invite me, introduce me to their members of their community. That's going to be on July 10th, I believe it is, Saturday morning. So I'm available. I'd love to meet members of the community now. I get cooped up in my office. Please invite me out, or I'll invite you down to downtown. And it's warm now, so that the open air venues are available, and I do get thirsty at night. The online survey, great question. It's ready to go, but this is the bigger venue for it, and I apologize, I'm giving you the big picture. The website's being completely redone. If you go on there now, there's a link on it under Hot Topics, and if you click on it, it's just a series of PDF files. It's not interactive at all. It gives some people the ability to review the amended zoning maps, the amended hamlet boundary map that's been kind of a hot topic of itself. So there is some information on the website as it exists today, but there's no ability for public interaction. I'm hoping when I say this that you'll agree with me, the new website's going to knock your socks off. There's going to be at least 4 or 5 or 6 different ways the public can interact with the consultants, with myself, and back to you. So I just reviewed the 3rd revision at 5:30 this evening. Once I make some more tweaks to it, we're going to review it with Councilman Hubbard and Devin Higgins, who are the liaisons, make sure that they agree with the changes that have been made. And once that gets done, and that should be done within, hopefully within the next week, we're going to launch the survey, launch the website, and off we go to the races. So in that, one of the tabs in that web page, people want to talk with or communicate with the consultants, both AKRF and LK McLean. One of the boxes that you click on it, you can click on whatever your questions may be, whatever your question may be, and you'll get a response. So that's where we are with the comprehensive plan.
So Jefferson, a lot of what you're talking about is stuff that's going to happen in the future. Stuff's going to happen in July, but what's currently happened since we last talked is you met with Wading River Civic and Jamesport Civic?
Yeah, right now, we're getting ready for the community meetings. So we're doing the PowerPoint presentations, which has been, gives the outline of what we're going to be presenting to the community and what we're expecting back from them. We've been doing the contract amendment, we've been doing the hamlet boundary map. The web page has been a big source of my time to get that up and changed. They've been doing their background analysis on all the different chapters of the comp plan. I have not seen the drafts yet, but they're working on these. They keep sending me bits and pieces of it, but not in their entirety. I suspect that we won't see that until after we get to the past the community meetings.
The only community meetings so far are Jamesport and Wading River. Civics are the only stakeholder
And those
versus-
are not considered to be part of the comprehensive plan public outreach. I'm just offering my attendance at the meetings so that they can hear from me firsthand. And then, not just that, it's just with the work that we do in the planning department, building department is so important to the community that their only interaction has been through planning board or public hearings. And we are people, we are here to serve them and also applicants. So we have a face, we have a personality. We'll sit down with you. Mike and I have been talking to each other on a weekly basis. I've gotten to know him much more now than I have before this process, and I've been speaking with Sid. Anybody who wants me to come out to their meeting would be happy to, so
Certainly, we're looking to move this along because it's such an important thing.
absolutely.
Everything we do is important,
But we're hopefully,
right? Including being here at this time of night.
so hopefully within the
So-
next 2 weeks, you'll see me come back with you at a work session with the amendment to the contract and with the webpage relaunched, and that will be an exciting time.
Okay.
That
That
would be
As
good.
exciting as I
That
can
would
put it
be
at this
good.
hour.
Yeah.
Jefferson, this is greatly time-consuming what you're doing, and I
I
thank you
know.
very much for your efforts. Doing a great job.
I'd rather do it right than do it quick and dirty. So,
Well, you know, CDA's been doing a really great job. You know, and I see you somehow following their footsteps, so I know what you're doing is important. And once it's done, that's it. There's no turning back. We have our Bible to move our town forward, so.
and as soon as I get new material, I'll present it to you.
Sure. Okay, great. Thank you, Jeffrey.
Sure.
Really appreciate it. Anyone else from the audience?
Can I just tell my kids at home to tell Mom I'm running late, I'm still working?
My
That's
wife
it.
just texted me and asked, are you okay?
She gets mad when I don't call home and say I'm late.
Okay. One more appearance.
Dare I do it? Talkby Church in Calverton. Very quickly, two things. One, I'm happy to hear that our Town of Riverhead website is going to be new and improved. And if it takes this effort of the comprehensive plan to do that, I'd rather it be that however $600,000 is being spent with AKRF, I'd rather there be links to their sites that have this already approved. But if it gets our website going, then that sounds like a good idea. And I'd also like to find out, did I hear in the wind, did it happen tonight? I know it happened earlier, that I've heard that the deadline has been pushed out for the comprehensive plan finish to fall of 2022. Can anybody corroborate that?
Yes.
Okay, so that's news, it just sort of flew, it was in the wind, and I grabbed it, and I'm bringing it here tonight, and I didn't hear anybody else mention it. I guess that contract has got to express that, so I'm looking forward to when that happens. And my last piece is with the downtown square, the new town square. I participated in one of the Zoom meetings and gave some ideas that I had, and I was glad to participate. It didn't occur to me that night to mention this. And someone may have already done it in the second set of meetings, but I didn't hear it in the one that I was in. It would be great if energy-wise, that our town square is an example, that sets an example for using geothermal, solar, and whatever else we can combine, set an example on how to use energy in our town. I don't know that that's been spoken about, but if anybody on the council can talk about it, or if we can bring this up at an appropriate time, appreciate it, thank you.
Okay.
So does it mean that no one else has suggested that?
I thought they did, yeah, I know, but they do now.
Well, I think
On the new
Still
survey
share-
that's
still
out,
sharing
there's room for you
ideas.
to put in ideas and information and everything. I did the survey today, there's plenty of room to write that up on it.
Okay, great.
Okay.
All right. So
Thanks very
we'll
much.
lay that.
Your Enduro energy tonight, we could end on comic relief. I won't, I hope I'm the last person to speak, but maybe I'm not. But I do appreciate these 6 o'clock meetings. It is, even though I've dedicated 4.5 hours of my life tonight, I'd rather do this in the evening because working people can't show up here. And I apologize that you had such a long meeting, but I know that you had 3 hearings tonight, and I don't know if that was necessary or you just didn't have any other way to do it, but please don't let that hold you back from having 6 o'clock meetings. Our people want to come, and you saw tonight and today that they have. Thank you very much.
Well, there were hot topics too.
And
The
every
marijuana-
time you have a town meeting,
Yeah.
it's a hot topic for us.
Oh, it
Thank you
is.
very
Good.
much.
Well, some of them are, they're 5 minutes, so, which is good. They're not that complicated. So anyway, we're moving forward. Anyone else?
Hello, good evening.
Hi.
Kelly McClinchy, Manorville. I know it's late. I'm going to make it quick. I know everybody's
You
tired.
waited a long time.
I wanted to come and just speak to you about the Navy survey tonight. I did send an email to all of you, but before I say that, I just want to make a comment just to clarify something that was said earlier this evening. When the former congressman stood up here and spoke, he spoke about the difficulty when it comes to DEC and selling EPCAL and the water issues regarding the homes in Manorville. I just want to reiterate and make it very clear that the sale of EPCAL and the issues with the DEC have nothing to do with the homes in Manorville and their water issue. They're 2 completely separate issues, and I just wanted to go on the record to make that
Sure.
clear. We all know that, but I just felt that I needed to say it. Moving forward on the Navy survey, I know that, and the community is very appreciative that Riverhead News Review and Riverhead Local put such great information out there in the past week regarding those surveys. I want to recognize Frank Mancini for his diligence in getting that survey up on the website. He's a RAB member with me, with Adrian, with Vinny and Lou, and it's essential that it's up there.
Well, the Navy certainly didn't do much of a job about putting it out publicly.
Right,
Yes,
and
we
I
did.
do want to touch on a little bit of that tonight, and some of the background, because while we might know things in this room, the community might not. And everybody in this room knows I'm an advocate for my own community, but this tonight is bigger than just Manorville. So just to say that the Navy essentially is trying to put out feelers to see how much community interest is still out there when it comes to their work at the former Grumman facility, that they contracted out. They remain the landowners. They contracted out to Grumman to build these planes. The Navy has allowed Grumman to walk away and shirk all responsibility related to the site. This is the company that made millions and millions and millions of dollars, and they walk away scot-free. And the Navy, being a federal entity, the taxpayers will pick up every bit of what they're doing, and it's not fair. That's first of all. The Navy has been operating at this site to remediate decades of contamination on the land and the groundwater. They've been there for 27 years. While the town board knows that I advocate for Manorville and Calverton when it comes to water, it's important for me to note tonight that this isn't a Hamlet-specific issue. This is a town-wide issue. In almost 3 decades that the Navy has been there, they've removed some contamination on the site, but their work is at best a snail's pace and insufficient for the community. For anyone who may have attended a RAB meeting, and I think the majority of people in this room at one point or another have, in the past years, it's clear that the Navy continues to play a game of avoid and deflect when it's pushed to further action by the residents. It's consistent. We see it in almost every meeting. The Navy put out this survey right after their April meeting, and at the April meeting, they notified everyone in attendance on the WebEx virtual meeting that if they did not get sufficient return from this survey, they were going to look into dissolving the RAB. So the Restoration Advisory Board would be dissolved if they deemed, and I don't know what insufficient to them might mean, but if they deemed that this Navy survey was not completed by the residents, they would dissolve that RAB board. And the RAB board right now is the only community entity that is speaking up for the community and trying to advise the Navy of what they should be doing. While the water issues in Manorville are extremely important to my particular community, I just want to give you one example of what the Navy's doing so that the community really understands how dire this situation is to the entire town of Riverhead. The Navy has admitted over the past years that various contaminants have spread off-site. These poisons, and I don't take it lightly when I say poisons, they are poisons. They are things that we would not pick up in a glass and drink. They include both VOCs and perfluorinated compounds. The Navy has notified the public that the water flows to the Peconic River. Anybody who has attended a RAB meeting knows that, they've heard that. And that these chemicals that have gone off-site past the south fence line will require no further remediation. They are not doing anything more to clean them up once they are off-site, as of right now. The Navy's plan is a complete lack of a plan. It is to allow the contaminants to naturally attenuate, as they say, which means they'll just disappear. To be clear, there are no guarantees that the VOC levels that are already off-site are going to disappear before they get to the Peconic River. And there are absolutely no guarantees at all that the PFAS and PFOA off-site are going to disappear. They're forever chemicals. They won't disappear. What will happen is they will enter the river and they will flow east toward this town. They will flow through this downtown and out into the Peconic. So what essentially is happening is it's important now for residents in this town to understand that even though we're way far out in Calverton and it's a community of 64 homes in Riverhead and 64 homes in Brookhaven that are impacted, it's everybody in this town. There are hundreds of people in this town that use that river for recreation, and there's many, many people in this town that use that river to supply food for their family. It's important that we remember this, and I'm urging you, please. I sent you all a copy of the survey, a link to the survey. I encourage you each to complete it. It doesn't matter if you live within a mile. It doesn't matter if you live within 10 miles. We have a voice and we need to make it known to the Navy. We're not going to tolerate this anymore. It is time for them to act and act fast, because it's not just Manorville that's affected. It's now all of Riverhead. Anything that river touches is affected. And it has come from that site. Make no mistakes, it's come from that site. And the Navy has agreed to that. They know that that's what's happening. So I'm asking you, please, as members of the town board, please fill out the survey yourself and encourage anybody you know to do the same. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Kelly.
Okay, that's it? No one else? Okay.
Grace, you got something to say? No? Okay.
Okay.
Motion to adjourn.
All right, no, I think we have a CDA open and closed.
Oh,
Okay, it was built
Great.
in. From now on, no more CDAs at night, hearings, no 10 o'clock appointments the next day. Moving forward, we're gonna have a first and a second to close the town board meeting and open the community development meeting, agency
Motion.
meeting.
Second.
Great. Dawn, can you please come forward and,
Yes, and I will try to shorten this by asking you to make a motion to approve the minutes of the regular meeting of May 19th and the special meeting of June 2nd, 2021.
so moved.
Second.
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrod,
Yes.
Ken,
Yes.
Hubbard,
Can I think about it for a while?
Yes. Aguirre.
yes.
The resolution is adopted. The minutes from the May 19th and June 2nd meetings are approved, and then we can have open comment from the public.
Okay, since there are no CDA resolutions on for today, we'll open it up for public comments. No
Supervisor,
public
we have Kathy McGraw on Zoom.
No problem. Can you bring her forward, please?
Good evening. I know it's late. Can you, My name is Kathy McGraw. I'm from Northville. And it was my intention to make some comments about the work session regarding EPCAL's, the financial status of the EPCAL buyer. I am not going to burden you with that tonight. I will bring it up at another meeting. But I would ask that all of the town board be attentive throughout, however long these meetings are. You have one meeting every 2 weeks, and I don't think it's very encouraging for the community to hear town board members complaining about being kept so long. It's your job. You were elected to listen to the public. I will speak to you again at another meeting. I appreciate it's late. Thank you very much.
Nighty night.
People need to understand when things are said tongue-in-cheek also, Ms. McGraw.
Yeah, especially
We're
some of
well
us.
aware of what our job is and what we were elected to do.
And some of us have been here since 8:30, and we have family, but we're here. We did the meeting, we had 3 public hearings, we called resolutions, everyone was listened to, people spoke 3 times, and yes, it is our job, and we did it, and we completed it today. And, Dawn, should we close the CDA meeting?
Yep, no further, if there are no further comments of the public, we need a motion to close the CDA meeting.
I'll make a motion.
Second?
Rothwell,
Yes.
Bayrod,
Yes.
Kent,
Yes.
Hubbard.
I need time to, don't rush me, I'm here like
Not
everybody
me,
else.
not me. Aguirre.
Yes.
The CDA meeting is closed, and that concludes our business for this evening.
Thank you, Dawn, and everyone, please be safe. If you need anything, seniors, we have a senior hotline at the supervisor's office, and of course, we have the senior center. And can I have a motion and a first and a second?
One second before we go off camera. Chief, excellent job by the K-9 units the past couple days. 3 fines and the criminal and the dementia people, and excellent job.
Voting and all that.
Yeah, excellent job.
Okay, so first and a second to close the town board meeting, please.
So moved?
Second.
Second. All in favor, all opposed? So moved.
I didn't hear
Everyone,
either
be
way, but I'll
safe.
go with in favor.
Yes, be safe, everyone.